Mika Hoppen is our engineer who's in charge of authoring the SWM, and she's going to be our main presenter today for everything, most things related to the manual. Joy works in planning and development services. She's a principal engineer. She's a co-presenter today, and she's going to be helping us out with a lot of very useful tools that you need to do a stormwater site plan. Brenda is part of PDS, and she is the permit specialist lead. Today, she's going to help us out with some information about permitting and Excella. Chris Johnson is also from PDS. He's also going, he's a senior principal engineer, and he's going to help us out with some of those permitting Excella type things. And I'm Rita, and I'm your host today. So we'll just dive right in. So we're talking about learning things about the Stormwater Management Manual, and specifically how to do a stormwater site plan, some things about permitting and Excella. We're going to have a little bit of a quick overview about our Stormwater Management Manual update. We did a few months ago a more in-depth look at that, but today we'll just be hitting the highlights. And then we're going to talk a lot about how to complete that stormwater site plan, which is a report that's needed when you're doing permitting for site development and things in the right-of-way. And feel free to ask questions at any time. Remember, we've got that chat feature, we've got the Q&A feature. Again, we've got breaks, and we've got jokes. And maybe, I'm not sure who's going to be in charge of dancing, but Mika put that on the slide, so there you go. It's happening.
Right. I think maybe now I'll take over.
All righty.
I'm going to take over and get on this presentation. Okay, another thing about today is there's going to be a lot of information, lots of jargon. This is meant to be, there's just a lot of slides. I'm going to be throwing a lot of information at you. So this is meant to be something that you can come back to when you're working your way through your stormwater site plans, and use this as one of the many tools we'll have available to you. It will be up on our website, the recording, the presentation pack, and the kind of tools that go along with this will be up on the website at some point in the future at www.cityoftacoma.org/stormwater-manual. So look forward to that. This is going to be a pretty fast-paced training because we're going to try to get through a lot of information in a day. So bear with us. Okay, today's presentation is not, we're not going to go into how to determine offsite improvements. We're not going to go into file standards, code citations. We actually will go into a little bit of permitting timelines, but not very specifically. I guess I'm not going to go into the types of permits. Sorry, this slide's a little old. There is going to be discussion on permit types. It's not going to be project specific. Fingers crossed, it will also not put you to sleep. But I guess if you want to fall asleep, I won't know because I can't see you. But but that's okay. And then I just wanted you to know there's also a lot of tip sheets that are going to be coming out at tacomapermits.org. There's going to be some additional guidance documents and things like that that will be available in the future. So keep an eye out for those at various points in the year as we work on tools to help you successfully complete your stormwater site plan. So just sort of, why do we do this? Why do we have a stormwater management manual? Why do we care about stormwater at all? Well, development increases stormwater because it creates those surfaces for stormwater to run off, for rain and snow to run off. And unmitigated stormwater can have some pretty negative effects on our receiving water body and infrastructure. That stormwater picks up pollutants, it increases flow rates, which causes erosion, which leads to more pollutants. Pollutants do things like kill fish. Without fish, there's no orcas. Also flooding. So I'm going to hopefully be able to pop up this, just going to show you a really quick video of what stormwater looks like coming out of a storm. That face, you're going to see an ad. Let's
That face.
Skip this ad. Okay, so this is what stormwater looks like coming out of a storm drain. It's dirty. It's pretty icky. So that's, it's pretty gross. Stormwater's dirty. It's dirty stuff. And then let's see if we can get this guy to pull up, maybe. So this is just a video of flooding. Yeah, so that's what stormwater looks like when it's, when it's raining pretty hard. It looks pretty dirty, and it can flood. It can cause flooding. So that's why, one of the reasons why we do what we do. Why else do we do what we do? Sorry, just 1 second. I am going to have to go back because I skipped right over a slide, which is our special guest speaker. Sorry, Brenda and Chris. I just moved right over that slide. So we'll come back to the whys and give Brenda and Chris a chance to talk about permitting. Sorry about that. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that Chris can share his screen and they can talk about permitting. And there we go.
Okay, looking for nods? Can people hear me? Okay, cool. So we just got really just some permitting hints. The team was gracious enough to give us a few minutes here. This is the stormwater site plans, and what we're doing with stormwater management is extremely important, and it is a key element of what we do in our site development review. But what we wanted to do is just take a few minutes to set you up for even more success as you come through our permitting. This isn't meant to be a total Excella presentation, but just some really quick key pieces. So Brenda is our permitting guru. She's the one that if you ever get into any kind of hang up, her team will bring her in because she can pretty much figure anything out. And then I'm in charge of our site review. So if you've got to elevate to me, we've got an issue that we've got to get resolved, you can come to me. So I've kind of seen it all. So we're going to try and set you up for that kind of success. So with that, I'm juggling screens here. So, okay. All right, next slide. So really quick, I'm not going to do an exhaustive description of all the types of permits that you're going to take out with us, but here's the list and it'll be available to you.
Chris,
the ones that we wanted
you're not sharing your slide. You're not sharing your slide deck if you wanted to be. I see.
Okay, I'm wondering why that happened, but I apologize. Let me see if I can fix that.
That's right.
It was sharing. Is it now? Okay, how's that?
Very good.
Okay, thank you. So in this list of permits, the first two permits are ones that can really help you establish what the entitlements for the project are, what the requirements are. So the one I really wanted to emphasize is our pre-application process. A lot of times our development community wants to call, and like you might have a relationship with me and you can give me a call and say, hey, what do I need to do for this project? And I'm only one person in the entire review group who would be looking at your project. And although I can be fairly helpful, I can't always speak to what traffic might require or the buildings department might require on a project. So what these first two permits do and allow you is to find out everything that the city staff may have to say about the project in a preliminary way. So when you're trying to do your feasibility studies, this is where we would want you to go. The other permits that are going to be tied to the presentation today around your stormwater site plan are our site development permits, which is all of the on-site work that you're going to do, our work order or off-site permits, which is all of the public infrastructure that you'll be building out in the right-of-way, and then our storm connection permits, which deal with the essentially connection to the system that require an inspection for any of the new devices that you're putting in place. So I'm going to try and it's kicking me, I apologize, it's kicking me off each time I advance the slide, which I'm not sure. Am I still sharing my screen? Okay. So now why won't it advance? There we go. Okay, there we go. Codes and design guidance that we have. So we've got a lot of that out on our website that you can access. We refer to a lot of it. Basically, it derives down from our revised code of Washington, the Washington administrative codes. Then we have our Tacoma municipal codes. So a lot of, we'll point to the codes, but a lot of our design guidance, including the stormwater manual, are kind of supporting those codes. So we might reference the code, or we might reference the various manuals and everything. So there's just a lot that's going into these reviews. And the thing that we wanted to kind of call out to you too is that there's a lot of staff that are engaged with a lot of different delegations of authority. We have essentially 3 different directors that site development reports to. Storm and sanitary fall under that, and they fall under Director Mike Slevin. But we also report to Peter Huffman around land use, building permits, and a lot of the site stuff, and then for Curtis Kingsolver for what the development projects are out in the right of way. And what you'll see is there's just a lot of stuff that we're covering. And so again, back to that pre-application process, that's why we would want to point you to that, to make sure that we can help you understand what you need to do, say around garbage collection, and depending on the size of your building or whatever else, or the source control, say a grease interceptor. And then of course, all of the wonderful things that they're going to be talking about today for the Stormwater Site Plan. Some areas that we have code overlap that I wanted to flag for all of you wonderful design engineers out there. And the reason why I wanted to flag all of these is because they're items that we run into that can become what we call oh by the ways, say in second or third review, where because of conflicting requirements potentially, or just confusion around those requirements, we needed the ability to kind of follow up with you. And I wanted to just call these out really quickly for you. So pretty much accessibility seems to be an ongoing conversation. So really making sure that you understand that, and also understand that the different departments that are working on that. So just talking to site won't get you there, because both traffic and ADA and buildings may have something to say about accessibility. Critical areas is going to be a major one for storm review, and they'll be talking about that, I think, today regarding the Stormwater Site Plan, especially as it ties to one of our minimum requirements. Parking seems to be one, both off-site and on-site, and then how it would tie potentially to water quality requirements, but also just in, establishing the size of the parking lot, turning radiuses, and all that good stuff. Driveways, sidewalks and ramps, trees, landscaping, the whole list of things. The one I wanted to specifically call your attention to is utility service vaults, manholes. We are really discouraging those being placed within the right-of-way. Within the, not the right-of-way, but the sidewalk. So we need at least a 5-foot to 7-foot clear path, depending on whether it's on an arterial or residential street, where people can avoid trip hazards, essentially. So we're asking you early on in your project to begin to think about where those appurtenances are going to be located, and that they be located outside of the traveled path for walking. So certainly work on that early. Think about that finished product, where all your trees are going to go, where all your vaults are going to go, and then also where your walkable path is going to go. And with that, I'll let Brenda talk a little bit about the resources that are available.
Okay. And it looks like we actually had a question that I'd like to go ahead and answer for.
Oh, okay.
Andrew asked if permitting process is going to continue to remain 100% electronic post-pandemic. And I would say kind of. We will continue to have all of our submittals and our reviews be electronic. It actually was prior to the pandemic as well. But we will have, limited offerings, for meetings and stuff in persons once things loosen up. But the Acela portal is our primary way of submitting and getting your documents back to you, and will continue to be that electronic submittal.
And we will be still enacting some kind of hybrid model for staffing, though. So some of our staff on certain days may be working from home.
Right. Okay, so on this screen here, we're just trying to give you a little guidance as to some of the locations and some of the types of information that we have available to the public or yourselves on tacomapermits.org. So on the left-hand side of the page, you'll see the basically a screenshot of what the website looks like. And it's pretty comprehensive, but to call out a few of the areas near the top on the second gray bar, tip sheets. We have an entire library of tip sheets, and we're constantly trying to add more to those. We recognize that there's always something that we don't have enough information out there on. So those are available. It is searchable via the type of, put in the word, stormwater or something in it to search for what you're looking for. But one of the most valuable tools, I think, that is very much underused is our resource library. It's the fourth gray bar across the top that's got a star around it. When you click on that, you get what you're seeing on the right-hand side of the page. There is building, fire, water, sanitary, stormwater. Those are all other topics that we have broken down all of the information that we have. So if you think of a library, you've got the nonfiction section, the fiction section. This is our way of breaking down all of the different codes, tools, forms, reference documents, etc. For example, you can find a link to the TMC Chapter 13, to SEPA, to the landscape designs up in the land use and environmental portion. Down in the right-of-way and traffic, you can find standard plans, the work order template, links to the TMC chapters 9, 10, and 11. In the sanitary, sewer, and stormwater, that's where you're going to find your side sewer manual and other guidance documents. So that is should be your first go-to when you're looking for reference materials, templates, that type of thing. We also have our maps available straight from the website, and I think you'll see some of those later in the presentation. There's various ones there for you to use. Go ahead and move the slide, please, Chris.
Yeah, and I would add that slide before that I had showed you with the conflicting requirements. That's why we wanted you to see this page, is because if you know that you've got to look in 4 different areas for traffic and storm, you can find some of the regs overlap, but some of them don't necessarily, so you might need to go into multiple tabs to find some of those. Go ahead, Brenda.
All right, so as most of you probably know, and kind of in addition to answering the question that was asked earlier, in order to really utilize our permitting system, you need to create an Acela account. We describe it pretty much as it's like an Amazon account, except you're not buying anything. You might pay through it, but so to do that, you go again to the tacomapermits.org, and you can click on number 2, apply for permits. And what that does is it takes you over to the actual portal, the Acela portal, and then you click on register for an account at the top of the page, and that's shown in the right hand picture on the top. And once you create that, then if you're the one that's submitting, if you're the one that is going to be issued to, etc., all of your permit documentation, your information, and info on its process, everything is going to be through that portal. Now, if somebody else made the application and you're coming onto the job late, or taking the place of somebody else, or you've just been asked to consult on a portion of it, you will need to be linked to that permit record in order to be able to access the documents or to see where it's at any of that. And you cannot do that yourself. But what you do need is to first have the Acela account. And so if you've already got one because you worked on a job a year ago, then all you need to do is call us and ask us to add you to that record. If you don't have an account, you make the account first, and then again, you call us or email us. Number 2 there, it has permits@cityoftacoma.org. There's a team of 7 of us that use that email so we can keep things rolling for you. The 591-5030 option 3 currently for permits. They are going to be changing the call tree later next month, so make sure that you listen to the call tree when you do call that. But then what we need from you is the email that you used for your contact. Now, when you sign up for the account, your username or email. So typically people use their email because that's what they know off the top of their head. And then they get in further and it asks you for your contact info and it's asking for an email. And a lot of times somebody will give a different email at that time because they think, well, I already gave one. So just keep in mind that the email that you provide under the contact heading is the one that we need to be able to link you to the record. If you give us a different one, it'll add you to the record and you can receive emails, but it doesn't give you access to the documents and the other portions that you need. But if you ever have a problem like that, then you can just give us a call and we'll work through it and find it, figure out what's going on and help you through that. Okay, Chris?
And I would add, part of why we wanted to talk about this slide is we see a lot of firms that have administrative support that take care of the Acela uploads and everything. And yet when we submit review comments back out, sometimes that doesn't always translate back to the engineer who's doing the design quickly enough. And they don't even realize that we put comments out there, say 2 weeks ago or a month ago, and all of a sudden we're getting a call asking where the review is. So we highly encourage you to make sure that you're also added to those permits so that you see all of the back and forth regarding it, because it'll help you in that. And so that's why we wanted to call that to the design engineers' attention.
Okay, and so if you're having problems, if you need assistance, who do you call? So it depends on what your questions are. If you have questions about your permit status, if you're having trouble getting into Acela or don't know where to go in Acela, if you have questions about your fees, those are questions that my team, the permit staff, the permit specialists can help you with. So again, that would be permits@cityoftacoma.org and the 5030 number there, option 3. And then also on our Tacoma permits website, we do have this contact us list, and it breaks it down by groups. And so those are general emails for each work group that you can contact to get answers. And then we also have a full staff directory out there if you're looking for a particular person. If you have questions about your level of service or coordination with other permits, etc., then you would speak to your project coordinator. Most projects of this size that you're going to have a work order and an SDEV typically have a project coordinator assigned, and those you can see in Acela, and they would be able to guide you there. If you have design related questions, you would reach out to your site reviewer, or your site reviewer would double as your project coordinator if there wasn't one assigned. And then if you need to escalate something or you're not getting the response you want, then you would go to Chris, to the site review supervisor there. So all of that information is on the website, but it's also within Acela, and I'll show you where you can find that information here in a moment. Chris, did you have anything on this one?
Yeah, so one thing I wanted to remind, or at least everybody know too, is if you're not sure who your project coordinator is for whatever reason, our project coordination group is under our application services group. And then Brenda's team is the permit status group. And then you can find me under, right away improvements and sanitary stormwater. And I just would comment, part of why we wanted to really break this out is a lot of times I'll get an email from somebody wanting to know the status of a project, or your site reviewer, you'll say, hey, what's the status of this? And we really would encourage you to work with our permit specialists because they can really help you see the overall picture. We're trying to keep our site reviewers focused on getting reviews out. And right now we're behind by about 2 or 3 weeks. And part of that is because they get 10 to 15 emails, a lot of which are just asking about the status of the project. So the permit specialist can look at that. It is actually in Excel. We'll show you how to see that here next or soon. Brenda, do you want me to tackle this one, or did you want to tackle this first?
This one's yours.
Okay, all right, that was what I was trying to remember. So one thing we're working on as an improvement for you all is to provide the process for a combined site development and work order permit. So you only have to submit essentially one set of drawings, and then we administratively will handle a lot of it behind the scenes. So when is a combined permit appropriate? Well, if it's a really simple project and you don't have a lot of offsite, but you also don't have, you're still going to need to use monumentation and survey. An Archon isn't necessarily appropriate, which is just where you're replacing the sidewalk. You actually have to establish new sidewalk, new curb and gutter. But it's a really small project and it's fairly simple. Does it only require the short form of the SWIP or the SSPs? That's another kind of good indicator because it's a fairly simple project that you could probably do as a combined. Are there only a few site elements or off-site elements that you're dealing with, which are relatively straightforward? Sometimes a combination permit, though, is also appropriate for a very complex project where you're trying to tie in a lot of elements together and you really need to be able to paint that picture, and you can anticipate having to change the drawings a lot. And so you're wanting to show us those changes, and it's hard to keep juggling two sets. When may it not be appropriate is when you really want to phase that project and you want elements of that project to get out early. Maybe you don't even want to start on the offsite right away. That's when you really need to think about not doing a combo permit, because from our perspective, we're not going to break those drawings apart for you later because you decide now you want to do sheets 2 and 5 and 7 of a 40 sheet plan. That's going to be up to you. So we ask that you really think about the phasing of your project if you want to go with a combined set, and at least get your sheets set up in a way that you can break it apart. If you did say want to phase your project and do your shoring and your grading and erosion control before you do the other stuff. We're asking that those documents only get uploaded to the SDEV. And your SDEV will be billed at the hourly rate that we would normally bill for the work order. We ask that the work order gets set up, but that we don't necessarily put any documents in there. And I think we have another slide to that effect here.
Okay.
So is this you? This is you, Brenda.
Okay. Yeah. So like Chris was saying, if it is going to be a combined SDEV and work order situation, ideally the SDEV would be set up first or at the same time, one right after the other with the work order. And like Chris was saying, the documents would be held under the site development permit. If you load it to both, we will delete it or archive the ones from the work order and try to maintain it only under the site development permit. We would ask that you indicate in the description that it is going to be a work order, a combined SDEV work order. Just because you're using the title block, you might have both SDEV.xxx and work order.xxx on your template, but some people use that by accident when they're going to have separate ones and still have that same information there. So when my staff is screening it for intake, they're going to be looking and going, is this all by itself? The first assumption is it's just an SDEV. So we would like a cue that you plan on having it be a combined work order, a combined SDEV work order. So, and like Chris said, you would still go ahead and create a work order. But in the description, indicate that the documents are in the SDEV, give the SDEV number that you applied for, and then we would go ahead, and that allows us to get sign-offs and the typical processing under the work order and track who's taken care of it, who's seen it, who's completed their reviews there. But the actual document process is all occurring under the SDEV. So we're not double dipping. You don't have that, the problems with, you know, the civil being one version on the SDEV and a different version on the work order because they're being processed at different times. This will allow us to process it all under one. Okay. Chris, do you have anything to add there?
Just understand that, you know, the phasing of your permit and how you want it constructed, working with your contractor also can create issues on the back end too, as far as approvals go. We require the work, part of why we're still establishing a work order is because the work order has to be bonded for. And that bond can't be released until all of the work is done. But also your certificate of occupancy, because we have this combined set, starts to get complicated because we're trying to figure out what work has been done that we can approve. And so what I've tried to indicate is we have to have all health and safety issues essentially taken care of. All of your connection permits and all that have to be done, as well as all your sidewalk and access to the building. And so sometimes our inspectors will get confused and say, well, you still haven't finished, say, the sidewalk on the other side of the street or whatever that you were working on. But since it's not directly related to the building, we can still sign off on your certificate of occupancy and wait for the bonding to kick in for the sidewalk and or the completion of that project. So it really is a little bit about how we project manage it and structure the permits early on to help with the closeout and sign-offs essentially at the end. So the more consideration you have of that up front, the more it helps the process as a whole and stops any confusion. So, okay.
All right. Okay, so this is another portion that is taken right off of our website. It's our level of service, and it shows that each of the different permit types that we have and what the level of service for the first review is and what it's been running, and then what the level of service for each revision review is. Now, when we say level of service, that is not necessarily the same thing as your due date, because the level of service takes into account the time that the permit staff have for taking something in, as well as putting something out. So let me clarify that. When you submit a work order or an SDEV permit for the first time, you know, it usually takes us a couple of days to get to it, to screen it, and then to get it into the process. Then it goes through its review. The level of service, say for a work order, is 4 weeks for the first review. And once all of those reviews are done, it goes into a status, and I'll be showing you this on the next slide as well, the status called review consolidation. And that workflow is the permit staff either wrapping up everything and giving you a comment memo and red line documents, or if it's ready to issue, wrapping up the documents, putting on all of the comments and watermarks, and getting all the fees ready, making sure all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. So we have a couple days on either end where we do that, because we're touching everything that comes in and everything that goes out, whereas the review groups look at their specific review. So our volume is a little higher. And so that level of service time includes both of those plus the review time. Okay. We have a question, Chris, and
sure.
It's from Melinda. She says, She works for Tacoma Water Planning and Engineering, and they do a lot of partner projects with ES and Public Works. Does the combined permit process apply to any of those projects?
Great question. We are actually working, we have not gotten there yet, but we're working to create a Public Works project record that we would be able to, at a minimum, link and relate all of these projects. We're finding that that's a need for the utilities. Our work orders come in and oftentimes we've got someone working with, say, Tacoma Water and Tacoma Power on different plans. They're in a completely different permitting, and yet we'll all of a sudden see you request, say, grade and alignment for water. And so we're thinking of strategies to get those plans better linked so you all can actually collaborate using Excella, and also collaborate with us, the permitting department, so we can see and point out maybe there's some conflicts that everybody's not necessarily aware of in the permitting. But we're not quite there yet, but those conversations are definitely going on.
Did you have anything to add about level of service, Chris?
We're going to talk the next bullet there about helping us be more successful. All I'll say is that we're going to talk about both checking the record status and common mistakes. And it's amazing how many people are using Excella to keep an eye on the due dates. And so they will call up the reviewer and say, have you gotten to my permit? I see that your due date is up. And I think we just want to remind people that we do have a couple of additional days. There's also a lot of reviewers that are on there sometimes, and people, sometimes it goes through the weekend, sometimes it goes a couple days over. And I would say probably give staff that float time of about probably around 5 days even from that due date as you're looking at it, just because of how things ebb and flow and people are on vacation. But our goal still is to meet the due dates and the level of service as much as we possibly can. But just for when you want to get urgency. And then the other part about that is we have kind of an expectation for staff to get back to you in about a 24-hour period. So again, have patience with that. If you haven't heard right away from them the same day, it's they may be in meetings all day, but the expectation is they'll get back to you within the 24 hours of your message. So.
Okay, so that workflow that we've been talking about is how you tell where your permit is in the process. So when you are in Excella and you've got your records there, you click on your permit number, and then there's an area that says record info, and it has a little blue drop down arrow that isn't always real obvious. But if you click on that drop down arrow, it gives you several different things. The one we're talking about here is it would say processing status. And so if you click that, it gives you the view of what is showing on the right hand side of the screen there. It shows all the different review areas. They have the little caret arrows, and they have the different symbols next to them. The hourglass symbol means it's in process. Thank you. The green check mark means that that task has been completed. It does not mean that it has been approved. Okay, it just means that they've completed that review. And then if you then would click on the little arrow next to it, it opens up and provides further information, such as who the reviewer is, what their estimated due date for their review is, and if it's early on, like with the hourglass, it also shows the status of the last review, which can kind of cause some confusion. So just make sure that you first pay attention to what the symbol is next to it, the green check mark or the hourglass, the little gear or sunshine, whatever you want to call it there. That just means that it's been processed and moved on to a new task. And that's usually at intake and at review consolidation, like I was explaining earlier. So you can also look into Excella and just read the status. Now that gives you a real abbreviated idea of where it's at, because if it says plan review in process, that could mean a lot. And that's where you need to go in and look who's got the hourglass next to their names and who's been completed. So plans distribution just means that the permits staff has it and they're in the process of getting it routed to the different reviewers. Plan review in process means somebody has it in review. It can be all of them, it can be some of them, it could be one. If any reviewer has it open and it's in review, then it's going to show plan review in process. Like I was saying, review consolidation is the permit specialists have it, and they're either creating a comment memo and red line drawings, or we're prepping it for issuance. If it says revisions required, that means that we've sent that out already to you. We've sent out a comment memo and the red line things, and you have something to do. So you need to go look at, download and or open that comment memo, see what those were, look at the red lined drawings, and do according to what is asked in those documents. If it says approved, and this would be specifically on each of the reviewers workflow. It means, you know, if it's approved, they didn't have to make any comments. It was approved as is. If it says approved with comments, then they've got red lines somewhere that they're addressing. It may be substantive, as we've got, or but may not require you to do another submission. It's just some advisory, something that you need to know there. So those comments are being called out to you. And pre-con meeting required, that means we've gone through the review, things have been approved, but before we can issue it to you, you have to have a pre-construction meeting. And a lot of times while it's waiting for that meeting, that we're waiting for a bond or an in lieu of bond, or perhaps we need the contractor. With work orders and in specific in SDEVs, if it's a combined SDEV work order, it does have to be issued to a licensed contractor with a right-of-way bond with the city. That is a requirement. It has been for quite some time, and there are reasons behind that. I'm not, that's for another time, but just a lot of times that's the hang up, that people don't realize that until we get to that point. We're trying to inform folks much sooner these days so that you don't get stuck at the end. If the status says pre-con scheduled, we've received all the information. The pre-construction meeting has been scheduled, and it's just awaiting that. Once it says ready to issue, that's been done, and it's probably, we're just waiting the last confirmation that we have a contractor with a right-of-way bond, or you know, something to that effect. But once it says ready to issue, if you've already provided us the contractor and you know that we have everything and it's still sitting there, reach out to the permit staff, because sometimes the information doesn't get to us that you've got your contractor now and we need to add them or something.
Okay.
Did you have anything further on that one, Chris? Nope.
Nope, this is just a great place for you to fish on your own to find out what's going on with your permit status. So once you're added to the record, you can look at this too and find out where things are at. This will be the first place that your permit specialist would go. If you called and asked, they'd say, okay, well, let me go look at the status of where things are at. So, okay. So we wanted to just kind of point out some really common mistakes that Brenda's team sees, that we ultimately we immediately kind of know that the project isn't going to get approved through the review process. Some of them will be kicked out by the permit specialist. Some slip by the permit specialist but get to the reviewer. They may sit for 2 weeks before we catch the fact that you're missing this information. And then it gets kicked out because you're missing it. So we really wanted to call this all to your attention, because these are some quick ones that as you're going through your project that will help us make sure that you don't essentially make these mistakes. So the first and foremost one is make sure those documents are flattened. I should have a slide here to show you how to do that in a Bluebeam or in Adobe, but The main thing is it can't have any AutoCAD text or anything that is showing up. So essentially you're making it a PDF for us by flattening it, making it all one layer. So make sure that that's the case, because our permit specialist, that's the first thing that they check, and they'll send it back to you and say, please flatten. And so that just slows us down a little bit. Typically with large projects, it's pretty easy to see that you're missing documents. They'll be looking for, do you have the construction stormwater pollution plan? Do you have your stormwater site plan, your geotechnical report, a landscape plan, and your traffic control plans? The traffic control plan can be deferred on a lot of projects, but they're typically looking to see if those documents are in there. So please make sure that you've kind of gone through, and if those documents are required, that they are uploaded. We see a lot of projects that are missing survey control. Unless you're dealing with an established curb line and an established walk with 2 points, and those wouldn't be a work order then anyway, as well as any other thing you're constructing, we look for the survey control off of city benchmarks. As silly as it is, our work orders are required to be on a public works title block. So not having it on that title block for the work orders is something that we end up having to correct. And we have an example of that work order out there on our website. A poor project description, and what we mean by that is a lot of projects may not require or have the stormwater requirements. They're not large enough from a disturbing perspective, but you infer that our staff and review will know that. And so providing at least a memo or something that says we've done an analysis and we're only disturbing maybe 500 square feet of area or something is fine. I think sometimes people infer that we're just going to look at the drawing and go, oh yeah, this is a small project. But we ask that you at least show that analysis. Maybe you upload just the flow chart that shows that you landed on no SWIP required or whatever else. A lot of folks, we've asked people, and we continue to ask people to upload the checklist. And why we do that is because we want to make sure you've looked at it, because it's amazing how many times it's obvious to us that no one's even looked at the checklist because they've missed so many elements of their design. So that checklist is there to help you. I know it's long, it's 11 pages, but boy, if you go through that and you really are checking off each of them, I guarantee you can get through our stuff quicker. So blurry standard details, just by the selection of how you're uploading your details, they can be blurry. And so oftentimes just take a look at your uploaded document to see if those standard details are coming through blurry or not. We're going to ask you to separate the SSP and the SWIP. So make sure that those two documents are separated. You don't analyze the minimum requirement number 5 for what you can actually do for flow control on your site as far as dealing with it. And they're going to talk a whole bunch about that today in your SSP. Folks assume that they're going to do detention, so they don't have to do any kind of infrastructure protection analysis. We're still asking at least that you have an idea on what your capacity is out there, especially if you intend for any surface water to come off of your site. So make sure you've looked very closely at that. Poorly coordinated permit sets, you're updating your SDEV, you're not updating your work order, you haven't talked to the other utilities out there, you're not thinking about what the final disposition of the site's going to be, the architect's not talking to the civil designer. All of those are issues that come up consistently for us and will delay your review. I put modified, but the work order general notes, not modified. The work order general notes just aren't included. So we have a whole page that is our work order general notes. That's essentially your contract with the city and how it ties to the state spec book. And again, just your justification for the level of design that you've done. So if you didn't have to provide a full stormwater site plan, what's your justification for why you didn't have to do that? Why you aren't having to provide offsites, making sure that you've followed up and that you've clearly shown that. It can be a quick memo or letter or something. It doesn't have to be anything really complex, but just your assumptions for why you're doing the level of design that you're doing. And that brings us to conclusion. Thank you for sitting through this. But if you have questions, again, you can always ask our permits group. You can contact individual folks through the Contact Us website. And you can always reach out to me if you have questions regarding site review, and I've given you my phone number and email address. And with that, Brendan, I would like to thank you, and we're happy to answer any additional questions now or later if you want to email us.
Thank you to Chris and Brenda for giving that awesome presentation about just permitting in general. Sorry, I skipped over you and then went straight to the why. So we've already seen this one. So this is, the why, why do we care about stormwater in general? And I showed a little video clip, and then, okay, so why else do we care about, why do we care about the Stormwater Management Manual? Why do we do stormwater site plans? Why do we even have our jobs? Things like that. Well, in 1972, the federal government created the NPDES program, which requires regulating point discharges. And then through the years, various amendments have happened. The biggest one for the city of Tacoma, I suppose, was the 1990 regulations, which created phase 1 jurisdictions and phase 1 permit requirements. There's also phase 2 permit requirements for smaller jurisdictions, which came out in the kind of late 2000s. So what did those things do? Those regulations prohibit anybody from discharging pollutants through a point source without an NPDES permit, a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. The city of Tacoma has a phase 1 municipal stormwater permit that lets us discharge stormwater to receiving water bodies. It's issued by the Washington State Department of Ecology, and it requires us to have a program to prevent and control the impacts of runoff from new development, redevelopment, and construction activities. We elect to provide our own stormwater management manual, which is equivalent to Ecology's 2019 Stormwater Management Manual for Western Washington. Equivalent doesn't mean it's the same, so it's not going to look the same, but it is equivalent in terms of requirements. It helps us ensure our infrastructure is safe, effective, efficient, economical, and sustainable. It is also codified in Tacoma Municipal Code 1208D. So how regulations? So we're going to talk a little bit more about regulations. Permittees, so the city of Tacoma, we have to document the technical basis for design criteria used and to select and design best management practices. So this includes how BMPs were selected, pollutant removal performance expected from those BMPs, scientific basis, technical studies, and modeling, basically the design criteria and how those BMPs meet ACART. So how do we do that? So we're required to do that. How do we do that? We use what is called the presumptive approach. So the presumptive approach is basically you're allowed to have an equivalent manual to Ecology's manual. So that's how we do it. Equivalent stormwater manuals are presumed to provide ACART. There's also this other sort of approach called the demonstrative approach. So it's basically project people who choose not to follow the design criteria for BMPs in the SWM are no longer following the presumptive approach. They must demonstrate that their project will not adversely impact water quality by collecting and providing data to show that that alternative approach is protective of water quality and satisfies state and federal laws. So something like that probably requires sampling of BMPs or understanding the approach of it. So there are two types of things. If you follow the standards in the SWM, it's the presumptive approach, which is the majority of what people will be doing. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. All right, so the City of Tacoma SWM, Stormwater Management Manual, you'll see SWM a lot, relies on complying with minimum requirements and also additional protective measures to mitigate the negative effects of stormwater and ensure that water bodies and conveyance systems are appropriately protected. That's how we do it. Why else do we do it? Well, we do it, and why do you do it? Most importantly, why do we do a good job with our stormwater site plans and plan sets? A lot of people have to interact with them once they've been approved. Property owners, contractors, inspectors, All these people eventually need to rely on this thing to figure out where facilities are, to maintain them in the future, to inspect them during construction, to inspect them, 10, 20, 50 years down the line. If there's some sort of drainage complaint in the future, we need to know what's on a property. And we can only really do that if there is a good set of plans and reports that really defines what's out there. So it's important to do a good job and to really think about these things, not just to get a permit and construct things, but to think, down the line, someone is going to have to use this information. So, okay, where are we in the world of stormwater management manuals? Our first manual in the city of Tacoma was October 1995. And then we've had a series of manuals over the years that are pretty much related to when we've had new permits or permit extensions. So currently we are June 2021. We had a public comment period for the current manual last July. It was deemed equivalent to Ecology's manual in February of 2021. Went through the CEPA process, was adopted by council in May. We're right now doing trainings, and you will have to start using this manual July 1, 2021. So that's why we're doing these trainings now, to help you in the next couple of weeks if you're going to be putting a project in soon. All right, so this is a chance for, I just went over a lot of kind of general and why we do these sorts of things. I thought I'd stop and have a little, if anyone has any comments, or I guess not comments, if you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A, and we'll give you a second here. And also there's a joke, so maybe I'll just ask a question, maybe if I can get it to work. How do you fix a broken tomato? With tomato paste. All right, I think there are, Marita, are there
we do
any
have
questions
one
that came up, Marita? Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
we do have one question in the Q&A. When does the 2015 manual expire?
We're going to talk about vesting in a little bit, one of the upcoming slides. So, so more to come on that. There's going to be a slide about vesting, and we can talk about it then. Manuals don't necessarily expire.
Yeah.
It might depend on when you're vested to a certain manual. So we've got a slide coming up on that. More to come on that question.
But the new manual is going to go into effect July 1. And we'll all have to start using
July
that
1,
one for any new projects. Yes. So more on that later, Andrew.
So yes, more on that later. So I'm going to really quickly go through just some of the major changes between the last manual and the new manual. There's changes that we were required to do because of the permit. Appendix 10 of the permit required us to make various changes. There were changes that were made to meet Ecology's intent throughout the stormwater management manual. Updates for clarity, including a new layout, which hopefully will make things easier for everybody, fingers crossed. Updates to mistakes. Seems impossible, but I did make mistakes last time. And then just things that are no longer applicable were taken out. So permit compliance updates. This one doesn't really necessarily affect, well, it might actually. So continuous simulation model. It now very specifically requires a model that has 15-minute time steps and incorporates the Van Houten algorithm for bioretention. So what does that mean? It means that we are going to require you to use Ecology approved models. Ecology's website has a list of Ecology approved models. Currently it's WIM 2012 version 4.216 or later, or when I put this presentation together, that was the one that was on there. And then MGS Flood has limited approval. Currently, they're not allowed for bioretention modeling, but they're allowed for the other type of BMP modeling. So just whenever you're thinking about using a model, check. Thank you, Joy, for putting that link in the chat there. Though you might have only linked to the panelists, so make sure potentially, I actually can't tell if you've linked to the panelists or the attendees as well, but Joy's going to stick a link. Oh, great. Joy stuck a link out there that hopefully you can all see. That's the link to Ecology's to our SWM. Joy, do you mind actually linking to Ecology's SWM too, so that people can have that link as well, because that's where they'll be able to find the Ecology approved models. Thank you. Okay, another change, and this is a pretty big one. It's a change to the replaced hard surface redevelopment thresholds. So this update requires the project proponent to compare the value of the proposed improvements to the value of the project site improvements rather than the site improvements so to like a smaller disturbance area rather than a larger disturbance area for commercial and industrial type projects. So in the next page, I have a little picture. So in the 2016 manual, when you're trying to figure out if your replaced hard surfaces or replaced surfaces had to meet various minimum requirements, you compared the valuation of your project site. You got to include all these other existing larger site conditions when figuring out if the valuation thresholds were met for redevelopment projects. Now you only consider your project site itself. So this is going to come into play for, you know, commercial projects like at a strip mall or something like that. Say you're building an outbuilding at a strip mall. Now you just get to think, or the mall even. Now you just get to think about the project site itself, the valuation of the project site, that smaller area that you're actually doing the work on when you're figuring out that valuation piece for redevelopment projects. So that's kind of a big change for those sorts of projects. And we're going to have a tip sheet on this that'll come out at some point as we're developing our tip sheets. Another required permit compliance update was a few language changes just to update some wording to meet the construction stormwater general permit. Not too much effect, just some language will look different. For minimum requirement number 5, there were updates to make it clear that, that BMP L613 is required when utilizing the LID performance standard. It was always required, but we just made it really clear in case there was any confusion that that is also required even when utilizing the LID performance standard. We also updated the whole section to meet Ecology's intent of creating 3 lists for the list approach. So discharges to flow control exempt water bodies now have a required order of preference for choosing your BMPs when utilizing the list approach. In the current manual, there is not a required order of preference, but now there will be for list 3, which is your flow control exempt water bodies. The other lists are pretty similar to the old manual. For minimum requirement number 7, there were updates to ensure TDA's threshold discharge areas that go to marine water bodies, so the Puget Sound, have to meet all those bullet points in the flow control exempt water bodies section definition before it's determined that flow control is required. So in the current manual, in the 2016 manual, basically said anything that's going to a marine discharge is doesn't have to provide flow control. But now we have to look and make sure all those bullet points that go along with flow control exempt water bodies are met before we say that flow control isn't required. And later on in the presentation, I have a bigger slide about that. Updates on the concrete washout BMP. So it's just to clarify, basically that you can't dump your concrete handling equipment, washout and things like that into the ground. It has to go into formed areas or be washed off-site and appropriately handled. We added a number of source control BMPs that will be applicable to various types of sites. Things like color events, pet waste, roof vents, even one on goose waste. Kind of my favorite one. It talks about like googly eye balloons and things like that. So that one's kind of funny. The wetlands guidance was changed fairly substantially. It now requires monitoring and modeling of those higher value wetlands. So you will need to know your wetland type in order to figure out what type of protection is required now. And so the level of protection is going to be based upon that wetland category. Is it like a 1, 2, 3 category, whether or not flow control is triggered, the type of wetland, whether it's depressional, whether or not people have legal access to the wetland, the habitat score, whether it provides habitat for certain sensitive species, and whether or not there are a breeding population of native amphibians. So you're going to have to know more about the wetland in order to figure out how to protect that wetland than you did in the past. And we are doing our best to provide a lot of that information ahead of time about wetlands that we know about, and we're working to kind of update the mapping program so that you'll be able to figure out what type of, what category of wetland it is. So it's a project, but we're working to make that easier. Okay, so those were all the big permit changes that were required. We also made changes throughout the manual to sort of mirror ecology's SWM WW language or revise certain language to meet ecology's intent. So here's an example below. In the previous, manual, it said pavement maintenance activities are exempt except for resurfacing by upgrading from dirt to gravel, asphalt, or concrete. Now it says upgrading from dirt to gravel, bituminous surface treatment, asphalt, or concrete. So little changes throughout that, are important and kind of big changes, but they're meant to mirror ecology's intent throughout. This is another one, a big one when determining your oil control threshold, whether or not oil control is required. Ecology added the requirement to look at total trip ends to see if oil control was required. Previously, the total trip ends wasn't in there, but we wanted to add it to make sure we were meeting ecology's intent there as well. So that's just another example of ecology intent changes. Made changes throughout to clarify language. We moved some sections, chapters, volumes for ease of use. We consolidated things so that you won't have to look in too many places to find things, or there's direct links back to things. We made updates to website links, typos, shorter sentences. And this was all based on feedback over the year from internal and external customers. So thank you very much for all that. I think it will make a manual that's easier to use. Thank you. There's a new layout, which I'm pretty excited about. Hopefully it's good. So now there's a preface, and that used to be kind of part of volume 1, where we have the short description of the watershed, applicability, relationship to the permit. Volume 1 is minimum requirements and additional protective measures. So that's how to determine your minimum requirements, what the minimum requirements are. Volume 2 is dedicated to documentation. So this is a description of everything you need for your stormwater site plan, for your SWIP, for your drawings. It used to be an appendix in volume 1. Volume 3 is your construction stormwater pollution prevention BMPs. So this is the BMPs you use for during construction. Your temporary erosion and sediment control BMPs are now in that volume 3, which was similar to the old volume 2. The old, I mean 2016 SWM volume 2. Volume 4 is now where you're going to find all of your permanent stormwater BMPs. So they used to be sprinkled throughout volumes 3, 5, and 6 in the 2016 SWM. Now all of the permanent BMPs are in volume 4. Volume 5 is dedicated to stormwater conveyance design, similar to the conveyance section of old volume 3. So that's where you're going to find your information about how to design a conveyance system, the types of materials that we allow in terms of pipe types and things like that. Volume 6 is now your source control BMP. This was your old volume 4, and this is about the long-term BMPs that are required on sites for source control. So that's the new layout. The manual's gotten shorter. That's exciting, I guess. We also made some city updates. So now we only have 9 minimum requirements instead of 10. Minimum requirement 10 is now called an additional protective measure, infrastructure protection. We wanted to make it not a minimum requirement because it's very city specific in minimum requirements. If you're going to do something different for a minimum requirement or not do a minimum requirement, it requires an exception or an adjustment to that minimum requirement. And so we wanted to make it not a minimum requirement for that reason. We added a few new BMPs. There's portable sediment tank BMP, so how to size a sediment tank for temporary erosion and sediment control. There's a BMP about appropriate ways to discharge to the wastewater system. I think that's in our source control BMP, and then also a rooftop dog run BMP. Also, I'm pretty sure it's in our source control section. So if you have a rooftop dog run, you know which portions have to go to the wastewater system. Updates throughout just to clarify language. We did some gender neutrality updates to language throughout. So you're going to see things like maintenance hole instead of manhole. And also we made changes throughout the whole document to make sure similar language was used. So, you know, stormwater runoff. We tried to make those all say stormwater or something like that so that it looks the same throughout. All right, we also, this was not my project, but the city has updated Tacoma Municipal Code 1208. It is now in 4 sections, 1208A, B, C, and D. 1208D is where stormwater management is. The new code also goes into effect July 1, 2021. It was passed by council as well. We made a few minor revisions to 1208D, which is the stormwater management one, to ensure compliance with our NPDES phase 1 permit. There were no substantive, I don't really know how to say that word, substantive changes, but we did do some updates for clarity throughout. It's no longer called the surface water section, it's called the stormwater section, so that's kind of a big change. And you should use 1208A and 1208D. Understand the stormwater code. So A is your general admission and D is the stormwater bit, but they use each other. All right, so I kind of zoomed through those. So those are the general updates that happened between the 2016 and the 2021, and then a little bit on code there. So if there's any questions about that subject, please use the Q&A, or potentially Maria's getting any things through the chat. And while we're waiting and you think about it, I think I'll maybe ask.
We do have one question in the Q&A, and I think you're going to get to this later, but is overlaying pavement no longer considered exempt from water quality treatment and flow control?
We are going to get to that later. There is a slide about pavement maintenance coming up, so just hold on to that one, and if I don't answer it when we talk about the pavement maintenance slide, then I will try to re-answer it if I didn't get it covered.
Yeah, and we also have a question in the chat. Yeah, we have a question in the chat about First Creek and our change in designation for First Creek. And I think we're probably more appropriately handle that one in a little bit too, or do you want to speak to that now?
I think we could speak to that now because I don't think I'm going really into that. Yes, First Creek will be considered discharges to First Creek that discharge to wetland portions of First Creek will be considered wetlands, and also First Creek itself will not be flow control exempt. We decided to do that after learning, over the years about First Creek and about the wetlands and the need to protect First Creek in a certain sort of way. So yes, that is correct. And hopefully The map, as I said earlier, is being updated, our T-map or DART map. The wetlands layer is kind of continually being updated to more clearly show those areas that are for sure wetlands. Okay, I think maybe I have a question too. Why did the tomato go out with a prune? Because it couldn't find a date. Right, funny stuff. Rita, any more questions about any more questions lingering out there about updates from the old manual to the new manual, or any follow-up on the answers I gave?
Nope.
We are going to talk about, this is just a slide to show you the minimum requirements, because we're going to be talking about the minimum requirements in some upcoming slides. So I just wanted to have a slide where we see them. Minimum requirement number 1. So these are, as I said earlier, our stormwater management manual, and the presumptive approach is based upon the use of, is based upon complying with minimum requirements. So minimum requirement number 1 is preparation of stormwater site plans. Minimum requirement number 2 is construction stormwater pollution prevention. Minimum requirement number 3, source control. 4, preserving drainage patterns and outfalls. 5 is on-site stormwater management. 6 is treatment. 7, flow control. 8, wetlands protection. 9, operation maintenance. And then what used to be 10, but is now called called additional protective measure infrastructure protection. We're going to be talking about all of these through the lens of completing a stormwater site plan in the future, but I just wanted to show them all to you all at once, because we're going to be talking about them. Okay, so the exciting part, kind of the bulk of this presentation, is how to successfully, hopefully, complete a stormwater site plan. So story, names, characters, circumstances, there's going to be example, it's fictitious. If there's anything that looks like a real project, that's coincidence. No animals were harmed in the making of this presentation, except probably when I yelled at one of my dogs for being a jerk. So you see that little example project, blue exclamation mark. It's because we have a project that we're going to sort of try to work through together that I created. It's not perfect, so please use your imagination when you're doing this. And if you go on to I'm actually going to pull that up now because I think it's a good time to pull it up. If you go to cityofTacoma.org/stormwater manual, if you happen to have a couple screens, which I do, we're going to be, this is the full day training. Eventually there's going to be a recorded training and a PowerPoint. I created a stormwater site plan example. So I filled out the template for today's project. So if you want to pull it up at any point and see kind of how I would have filled it in to be successful, you can take a peek at that. I also have some screenshots of the completed stormwater site plan. So that's what this is, a completed example stormwater site plan. Throughout, you'll see when you pull this up, there'll be like maybe some big pink that's like, this isn't perfect. Note that. And then there's also, a little fake soils report to go along with that stormwater site plan. So that's what we're going to be talking about throughout the rest of this presentation, is this example project and how we would think about doing a stormwater site plan. So I guess I should tell you what a stormwater site plan is. I don't even have that slide, but a stormwater site plan is a report and plan set that basically tells you how you're going to manage stormwater in the permanent condition. That's what it is. So step 1, do I even need a stormwater site plan? I've got a project coming in, I'm getting a permit. Do I even need a stormwater site plan? So what do we think about? We think about, is this project exempt? I guess, what is the project? Where is the project? All these things kind of need to figure out. Okay, do I even need a stormwater site plan? Do I need one? So here is our project, the coldest ice convenience store. And they have very cold ice there. It barely ever melts. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful store if you get there, or will be. It's just a project at this point. So as you see, big blue example project. So here's our project. It is a regular sized lot, and mind you have to use your imagination here. It's kind of partially gravel, partially blackberry, kind of a, in my opinion, a sort of a common sort of lot we might see for someone to try to redevelop. Off-site, there's a little bit of hard packed dirt. There's a gravelly type shoulder. It is abutting a road, so there's an existing road there. You know, the land itself is about $500,000. There's really nothing on it, so the assessed improvements are very little. And what we're going to put on it is a convenience store that has this nice cold ice. Expected daily traffic's about 50. It's going to be about a 9,000-ish square foot parking lot and drive aisle, 9,000 square foot-ish building. There's some walkways, landscape areas. You're going to have to do some offsite improvements. I'm not going to tell you how we figure that out, but we're going to have to do some. Someone told you have to do sidewalks, half street improvements, and then, you know, the regular planter strips that go along with sidewalks. So here's our project, convenience store. So the first thing that we think about when we think about something, as I said earlier, do I even need a stormwater site plan? Well, we have to figure out if the project is exempt. So to figure that out, there's a section in the stormwater manual on exemptions. And if the project is solely for one of these things, so not if it is in combination, but if it is only for the purpose of one of these exempt activities, then it is exempt. So forest practices, commercial ag, we don't see a lot of those. Oil and gas field activities and operations, we do have some of those in the city. Pavement maintenance. So I think someone asked a question about pavement maintenance, and I'm going to be getting, there's another slide about that, but I'm going to go through all these bullets because it came up. So pavement maintenance is pothole and square cut patching. So only the practice of these things. Overlaying existing asphalt or concrete pavement with asphalt or concrete pavement without expanding that area of cover. So that's what we kind of consider as our grind and overlays. So if you're not grinding down to top of base course, if you're just grinding down a little bit and overlaying, that is exempt. The practice itself is exempt. Shoulder grading, reshaping / regrading stormwater systems, crack sealing, resurfacing with in-kind materials without expanding the roadway prism. I'm sorry, that would be the grind and overlay because it's the resurfacing, I believe, right? Yes. And the other one's just a straight up overlay. Pavement preservation activities that don't expand the road prism, vegetation maintenance, or catch basin and pipe maintenance. So those are done solely for themselves, are exempt. Underground utility projects that replace the ground surface with in-kind materials are exempt. You'll see a lot of, for the city of Tacoma people out here, if you're just doing a, like replacing a water line or replacing a sanitary line without also doing street improvements, that's most likely exempt. Minor land disturbing activities. Let's see here, which ones might, like excavating for wells or surface exploration for soils reports, those activities are exempt. And if there's any sort of emergency type activity. Examples are sandbagging, diking, ditching, filling, things that kind of happen during that extreme event. Okay, so those are the main categories. And then, so I just always want to talk about things that sound like pavement maintenance activities, exemptions, but they're not actually exempt. They kind of sound like, okay, this is really for, you know, just maintaining that pavement. But for the world of stormwater management, they are not that. So removing and replacing an asphalt pavement to top of base course or lower and repairing that pavement base, that is considered a replaced hard surface. So when we talk about, you know, whether or not you have to do a stormwater site plan and what you have to do for it, we talk about replaced and new surfaces. So that activity where you're maybe grinding all the way down to that top of base course, or you're having to repair the base itself, that is a replaced hard surface. That is not one of those maintenance activities. If you're extending the pavement edge without increasing the side of the road prism, so basically paving where maybe there was a gravelly area, paving gravel shoulders, resurfacing by upgrading from dirt to gravel, dirt to bituminous surface treatment, asphalt or concrete. If you're going from gravel to bituminous surface treatment, asphalt or concrete, or if you're going from bituminous surface treatment, it's hard for me to say, to asphalt or concrete, all of those upgrades, plus if you're doing any paving on top of gravel, are considered new hard surfaces. So those things sound like pavement maintenance, but they're not. They're new or replaced hard surfaces.
Hey, Mika, let's talk about
Okay,
that
so
for
we
a
have
minute.
a poll. Yep.
Before we do the poll, let's talk about this for a minute because we do have 2 questions in the QA. So the first is
Correct.
overlaying pavement no longer considered exempt from water quality treatment and flow control.
Okay, so overlaying pavement is only, okay, it depends on what we mean by overlaying pavement. If you're putting asphalt or concrete on top of gravel or on top of something like that, if you're creating sort of a new base, if you're doing one of these like upgrades from dirt to asphalt or gravel to asphalt, that is considered a new hard surface. So it's not exempt. If you happen to be just putting asphalt on top of asphalt, that's not a new or replaced hard surface. So that doesn't come into play when determining your minimum requirements. Hopefully that answers
Right,
the question.
so that kind of answers, I think that kind of answers the second one, which was, by use of the word solely, does that mean that grind and overlays associated with private development are now subject to water quality requirements as a replaced surface? So that's a grind and overlay.
So it depends on if you're hitting that top of that base course or not, whether or not it's a new or replaced, whether or not it's in that scenario, whether or not it's a replaced surface. So if you're grinding but not to that base course and overlaying, then it's not a new or replaced hard surface. And the minimum requirements apply to new hard surfaces, replaced hard surfaces, and the word impervious surface comes in there, but we'll kind of link those to your new and hard surfaces and land disturbing areas. So that grind and overlay, we don't consider a land disturbing area. So that grind and overlay piece just isn't one of the terms that comes into play for minimum requirements. Bituminous surface treatment. Gotta look at my SWM here. Just a second. We do have a definition for it. Big old thing here. Bituminous surface treatment, as defined by the City of Tacoma, is a temporary surface treatment provided to control dust and assist in the control of erosion. An unimproved roadway that receives this treatment does not meet the City of Tacoma standard roadway design. So that's what it is. It's not like a standard real roadway design with base, with base course and all that stuff. It is kind of when they're putting, you guys probably have a better way to say it, but it's, where you're putting down like the tar and gravelly stuff. I've seen people do it. I don't have a great word for it, but that is what we consider it in the City of Tacoma.
And then there's a follow-up question here about what if the roadway is damaged during construction and a portion needs to be replaced as part of construction?
So that would be probably part of have to be part of your replaced hard surface area. If it happens during construction, so let's say you've already come in, you've gotten your stormwater site plan approved, it would really depend on how much of that roadway or asphalt or concrete area needs to be replaced. If it's pushing you over having to do something, then you might have to do something. And it'd be really project specific, I think, too, depending on what happened during construction. So I don't have a perfect answer for that other than, it's going to be project specific, and it's going to depend on how much damage happened. And if, I don't know how else to say it, something like that, project specific, potentially you'll have to be pushed into something dependent. All right, good questions.
Thank you.
Hopefully I'm giving good answers. All right, so on to the poll. So we're going to bring up a poll, and it's a question that I didn't put on the top of this slide, so I honestly forget it. It's a question related to our project. So hopefully you can bring a poll called
Is
survey
our
number
project
2.
exempt?
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
I'm
So let's
launching
think
it
about
right
it.
now. And is our
Thank you.
project exempt?
So since that was sort of the first thing we have to think about, and here's a little reminder of what our project is. Remember, it's kind of a gravelly lot, and we're putting in a new convenience store.
And we can share the results right now.
Perfect. Oh, good
There we go.
job, team. 65% of you are correct. Yes, it's because, and I don't think I have a slide on it. What is happening, none of those are solely related to any of those exemptions. So good job. So that was kind of our first question of whether or not we need a stormwater site plan. Second thing is like, okay, what is this project? You're going to have to know a lot of definitions. And I recommend looking at a definition every time you think about a project. I look at the definitions. I constantly have my definition section open on the SWM, and spoiler, coming soon, we're going to have a sort of more interactive type stormwater management manual, and it has this really cool feature where it has, I'm imagining it on the screen. You can see my little hand here. So here's like, it's going to have a section on the left where you'll be able to see the definitions associated with the kind of sentences that you're reading in the SWM. So that'll be a really nice tool to help you kind of navigate through the stormwater management manual. We're hoping to have that up before July 1, our kind of more interactive SWM. Just the PDF version's on there right now, but we're working to have one kind of a more interactive type one coming up. So you're gonna have to know your definitions really well. I recommend looking at them all the time. And both on-site, so on your private parcel, and off-site, things that you're gonna have to do in the right-of-way, are included together when determining the what your minimum requirements are for a project. So there's going to be I'm going to kind of zoom through these next couple of slides, but I wanted to put them on the slideshow so that you can come back to them and look at them. So these are sort of the definitions you're going to have to know, and there's a lot of them, and some of the definitions are very long.
Hey, Mika.
I'm not going to read all these words, but yes.
We had a related question that I just now noted too, about what's exempt and things like that. So are pavement cuts for utility services considered new impervious?
So if it is just a utility, if you're just doing the utility cut alone, you know, not part of a project, that's exempt. If it is part of a project and you're doing that utility cut, say you know, put in a new side sewer or something for a property, that utility cut is probably going to be a replaced surface because you're going to be cutting into the roadway itself. So it'll probably be part of that replaced surface when you're figuring out what your minimum requirements are.
Thank you.
Any other ones that were related or good?
Nope, not seeing anything else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So first definition, project. What is, because that's, you know, what your minimum requirements apply to. One of the words that we have to care about. It's basically any action to alter or develop the project site. Project site is going to be another definition that we're going to look at. Proposed action of a permit application or an approval which requires stormwater mitigation review. And then there's very specific things. So they can be defined by common plans of actions, land use actions, other departmental review. Basically, various things can affect what the overall project is. And in the end, environmental services or site development group, whoever your plan reviewer is for the project, is going to be the one that makes the final determination of what the project is based upon these definitions and based upon our knowledge of the site and the information that's provided to us. So We go back here, projects can be defined by something known as common plan of developments. So there's a definition for common plan of development. So it's on a project site where there's multiple separate and distinct construction activities that might take place over various portions of time, but are still under a single plan. Those might make something a project. So something like plat. The plat as a whole, plus all the individual homes, are the project, not just an individual home on its own. Or the Tacoma Mall. You might have something going on the Tacoma Mall, but it might be related, it will be related to everything that has happened at the Tacoma Mall. Something like that, maybe a common plan of development, or a university or something like that that has some sort of plan to construct things. All those things taken together make up the project, and all those surfaces need to be considered when determining what your minimum requirements are. And it can be pretty hard to figure out what a project is depending on the site. Some are pretty easy, but some have had a lot of things going on if it's sort of a larger type of development, like an industrial site or a big commercial site or something like that. Okay, so there's project, which had common plan of development, and then there's project site. So that's that portion of a property, properties, or right-of-way subject to the land disturbing activities, the new hard surfaces, or the replaced hard surfaces. That's actually kind of the land zone of the project that is subject to the activities that you're planning on doing for that permit or for that project. Again, on-site and off-site are added together when determining your thresholds. And again, the city of Tacoma makes kind of that final determination of a project site based upon the information that comes to us. So existing hard surface, more important definitions. It's hard surfaces that existed on the project site from the last city of Tacoma permitted development of the site. New hard surface is a newly created impervious surface, permeable pavement, or vegetated roof. And then there's also the term new impervious surface. So we saw the term hard surface, which is a newly created impervious surface, a permeable pavement, or a vegetated roof. So we need to know what impervious surface is. An impervious surface is something like construction of a building, construction of a structure, extending the pavement, edges, paving, gravel, shoulders, things that make that impervious surface, or the impervious surface, or the new impervious surface. I think I have probably, good definition of impervious surface. It's that a non-vegetated surface area which prevents or retards the entry of water into the soil mantle as under natural conditions. So it includes things like rooftops, walkways, patios, driveways, gravel roads, packed earthen materials. Sometimes people don't consider packed earth itself to be an impervious surface, but it is. And then, there's some additional information about how uncovered retention facilities aren't part of the surface area when determining your thresholds, but they are when doing the modeling. So it's really important to look at each of these definitions. As you can see, there's lots of words in them, lots of examples, and they're very specific. So we had new hard surface, and here's replaced hard surface. So it's the removal and replacement of that hard surface down to and including the foundation if it's a building, or if it's something like a parking lot or roadway, that's the removal down to the bare soil or top of base course and replacement. So that's where there was something hard and you're replacing it with something hard. And then for the new one, it's where there was something that's either being upgraded from gravel to something new, or there was something like forest or lawn landscape that now is getting a hard surface placed on it. So another important definition, that I said I'm going to kind of fly through these, is land disturbing activity. It's basically any activity that results in a change in the existing soil cover and or existing soil topography. So things like clearing, grading, filling, excavation, all of those things are land disturbing activities. And so it's compaction, And then it goes into certain things that are not, certain vegetation maintenance practices are not, as long as they're done in a certain way. Okay, so we found that our project, the coldest ice convenience store, isn't exempt. So does it need a stormwater site plan? Does it need an SSP? So how do we figure out if something needs an SSP? We answer a series of questions. Question 1, does the project result in 2,000 square feet or greater of new or replaced? There should have been an or there. It should say feet or greater of new or replaced hard surface area. So we have the project, new hard surface area, replaced hard surface area. Is it 2,000 square feet or more? Or does the project have land disturbing activity of 7,000 square feet or greater? If you answer yes to either of those questions, then a stormwater site plan is required. And we also have this thing called cumulative impacts. So when determining what your minimum requirements are, which includes determining whether or not you need a stormwater site plan, you have to think about what has happened on your site since 2003. So we have to consider the increase of those hard surfaces and converted vegetation areas. So everything that's happened from 2003 and on, we consider when determining our thresholds. And we're going to have a little example of how to do that, I think, coming up, or of ways that that can be done, figuring out your cumulative impacts coming up. So I think this may be the slide. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm going to pass it on over to Joy. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and Joy is going to show you a little about something called our Tacoma map, and she's going to describe a few things, but now I have to stop sharing my screen and pass it on over to Joy.
Good morning, everyone. I am just going to give you a quick show of TMAP. And if any of you have used GMAP before, TMAP is essentially its replacement. I'm going to get you guys started at tacomapermits.org, which Brenda showed us earlier this morning. And if you don't bookmark things and you just like to always start at the source, this is where you'll go and click where it says Explore Maps. This is how we're going to get you to TMAP right here. And I'm going to try to throw up in the chat window here. Maybe, possibly, maybe not. A link for, my chat moved all the way over here. A link for a little how-to on TMAP. As soon as I can find it, I'll get that over there for you guys. Here we go. Introduction to TMAP and a little bit of tutorials on it. But this is TMAP. This is the great source of everything, information about City of Tacoma that is public access. It's a little different from our public DART map because it isn't where you would download any of your data layers, but it does have a lot of the similar information to it. We are looking at the project that Mika is showing us in our example SSP. I'm just going to show you guys how to go to your project site. In the top left-hand corner, you can type in either your tax parcel number or the property address. I'm just typing in the tax parcel number, and it zooms me right to it. Now I can't see anything, so unless I'm really, really good with memory and I remember street names and I can picture this in my mind, which I can't, I'm going to turn on aerials. And this is just what Mika was talking about. We're looking at our site history and we want to know what's happened on our site, specifically since 2003, because we're looking at cumulative impacts and what thresholds are going to apply to our project. So if you just click on this little 4 square button here, it'll bring up the base map gallery and all these different dated aerials that you could look at. I just turned on the 2018 imaging, and here we are off South Sheraton, just an open field. Again, all fictitious, just a parcel that Mika picked out for this project. If you wanted to get a real quick idea of previous work that was done on the site, previous improvements, you can just click through the older aerials. and you'll just have to wait as my computer takes a minute to catch up. I just clicked from 2018 to 15 to 12. Looks like we had a ball field here. That's about it. And you can go back as late as you want, but what really matters here is the 2003 and since then time frame. So really, if we start 2002, 2005, we don't see anything else has really happened on this site. We don't see any structures have popped up. So we know that we're pretty sure that there has been no other development done on the site. I'm not going to give it back to Mika just yet, but the next part of her slide tells you to take a look at the permitting history for the site. And there are a couple of ways to do that. I'm going to show you guys in TMAP first. I'm going to turn back on my 2018 aerial imagery here. I'm going to click on this little button over here, and if I hover on it, it'll bring up a little helper that says show me more. I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to select my site. You see the little bar here is moving, so it's giving me some information. And when it finally pops up here under this first tab, General, there's going to be an option that says Permit Site History. I'm going to open that up. Here's my site address, which is indeed where we're at, 7801 South Sheridan. And I'm going to click this right here. It says View Documents. This is going to open up a new window in my internet browser. And I got a couple things I can look at here. And again, this is to look at historical permitting for the project site. You'll see right here, it says there's one special use permit, and there's actually a link. I could click it, and it opens up a PDF. And you can read through this if you want, but it pretty much is just a rather old hearing examiner decision for the site. I believe they were looking at land use. So if I go back over to my project site, there was, whoops, here we go. There's also, that was historical permits that we were looking at just now. There's also this, it says permits from tacomapermits.org. If I click on that, you'll notice it changed what my screen looked like, and it tells me here are the related permits for this site from tacomapermits.org. And all of these are all hyperlinked, and there's only one previous permit, at least in our current SLA permitting system for the site. And if I want, I could click on it. Now I can already tell you that won't give me much information because I don't have access to that project site. You're going to go here to your SLA account, which Brenda and Chris went over earlier today. And it's going to tell me I'm not authorized to access that particular permit. Some permits are sensitive and they're only viewable by the permit holder. So instead of that, just so that I can show you what it looks like in SLA, or sorry, in TMAP to see previous historical permits, I'm going to jump over to 747 Market Street, which is where we work. Well, at least where we used to work. Not right now, as we're all telecommuting still. So if I again click on this parcel, and over here in the Show Me More, I open up the permit site history. I could click on View Documents for this address at 747 Market Street. It opens up another window, and we have these two options again that we saw on our other test project site. You have historical permit documents, and it has all sorts of hyperlinked PDFs down here. A lot of these are things like sewer inspection cards or other types of inspection cards that were generated and then scanned in and recorded at the end of permit closeouts. Those could have been any types of permits, SDEVs, sewer permits, storm permits, work order, anything of that nature. And of course, we have an occupancy permit. And we already looked at those at the other site. What I really wanted to show you here was permits from tacomapermits.org. And again, these are all the permits that are in our current SLA permitting system. For those of you that have done work with Tacoma for more than just a few years, you know that we had a previous type of permitting nomenclature, started with 6s or 4s. Those are things that were all previous to SLA, so those would not be found necessarily here. Those would be found other ways. But if I go ahead and click on one of these, yep, I stayed logged into my SLA account. So it just opened up a new window and brought up the information for that particular permit record. Right here we see it's land use 20-0042. And if we scroll down through here, it'll show us where it's located and give us some details and information. Now, some of this will be limited because I am not part of this permit record. So there's only certain information that can be shown here without requesting more stuff through a public records request. So this gives you an idea of the types of permits that were pulled for your project site. Now, I got one more thing I'm going to show you. I know it's a lot of information, but remember this is all recorded, so you can come back to it at any point in time later. So if we start back at Tacoma permits and this explore maps option. Again, this is a great thing to bookmark if you only bookmark one thing today. This is a great resource to find information on your permits and your site. So we just looked at TMAP. Now we're going to jump over here to permits. This is one of my favorite ones, and I use it all the time as I'm starting reviews of permits to go and look, see what other permits are currently pulled for the project site and what other ones were historically pulled. You can't always ask the property owner because they don't have maybe a recollection of what permits they've had on the site, or maybe they haven't owned the site for all that long. So this looks kind of like what TMAP did. Of course, we have a similar GIS system backing all of this and producing the data. So I'm going to type in my parcel number in the top left-hand corner here. Again, this is our fictitious project site. It's going to zoom into my site, and this application is very similar to TMAP. If you want to see the aerial photos, you're going to click on this little 4 square icon up here. It'll bring up your base map gallery, and you can pick any year of aerial to show. All right, so there's our just open field. Now, what I really am interested in is any permitting that was done on the site from 2003 to current, because remember, that's how we come up with our cumulative impacts. So I'm going to click on this little funnel button, filter, I guess you call them, and I can look at all types of permits on the site between these dates. So I'm going to change this to 2003. And if I just say click, it'll show me all the permits on this site since 2003. And I'm actually going to zoom into just the little green circle on my site, because when I do that over here in the lower right-hand corner, it will filter the list to only the projects that I can see in my window right now. You see if I zoom out, there's some larger green circles out here, some smaller ones. We have a little key here that tells you if the circle's that big. There's more than 4 permits on that site. If it's a little circle, there was just 1 permit. And as you scroll down here on the right, it'll show you all of those permits that are currently in view in your window. So again, a lot of information. Save these links, come back to view this training, and we'll go over some more of this throughout the rest of today, just ways to look up information in TMAP and in the permit system and in Estella. So I'm actually going to pass it back over to Mika now and let her continue with the presentation.
Thanks, Joy. That was awesome. Okay, let me attempt to share my screen again. Share, and I think Marita said, was letting me know there was one more question that I should answer before we get too far away from something. Where is it? Okay, I think the question was from Andrew, and it's, does the impervious surface include the roof overhang? Yes, it does. So the entire roof overhang will be part of that impervious surface. And our gravel surfaces, yes, are one of those impervious surfaces. Also one of those things that can be confusing, because when you're upgrading from gravel to asphalt or concrete, it's a new impervious surface. So it is currently an impervious surface if it's on the ground, but it's also something called a new impervious surface if you're, say, upgrading from gravel to a structure, or gravel to asphalt or concrete. And let's see here. Permit rockery riprap and discharge pipes. Probably, I'm going to say. Yeah, I'm going to say yes, but perhaps, yeah, I'll say yes. I don't see why it wouldn't be an impervious surface, unless Joy and Marita might want to chime in if they think otherwise, but I think that would still be an impervious surface as well.
So I think I agree with you about the riprap at discharge pipes. I mean, that's going to be such a small area typically, but I think its purpose is to kind of be impervious to get the water, you know, going beyond where the end of pipe is. But a dispersion trench, I believe the way that dispersion trenches are designed and built is to allow water to, you know, kind of go up through them and then out. So I would say that a dispersion trench, unless you guys are going to disagree with me, would not be impervious. What do you guys think? These are good, hard questions. Thank you. I mean, sort of, thank you.
Yeah, probably would, like I'm thinking it would probably, it'd be one of those, in my mind, kind of site-specific things where if the dispersion trench was maybe pushing you over something, I mean, that's where we think about it. You know, are we getting close to the edge of needing to look at minimum requirements? But I feel like, no, it's just sort of, I don't know. I'm going to say I don't know, and it would be project specific, kind of depending on where you are, whether or not it matters. But should you always include it as an impervious surface? No. We'll get back to you with some real, I think that's a good thing to put into a tip sheet for sure. I think this is a good idea to get a tip sheet on, you know, what are hard surfaces and impervious surfaces. And I'll write that down as, you know, this is something that came up and something we need to clarify, because even I'm not, you know, 100% sure what is appropriate. Okay. All right, so we just went over how to use TMAP to kind of look at aerials and help to figure out your cumulative impacts, because you can get permit information. The other way is sort of ask the property owner about things that have happened on the site. If you are the property owner, you can find things in your title and things like that. Also ask city staff, because we have access to older permits that, like Joy was saying, only the ones in Acela are probably able to be seen in terms of current permitting, but there are some older permit type programs that we can access certain things if it looks like it'll make a difference. So we have a poll coming up. So it's poll number 3, survey number 3. And the question is, does our project need a stormwater site plan? So Marita's going to pop that one up. And on the screen, you'll see, you know, the information that you'll need to figure out if our project does need a stormwater site plan or not. So yes, no, or maybe I didn't give you enough information to answer that question. So give you a few seconds to think about that. Remember, a stormwater site plan is triggered with 2,000 square feet of new or replaced hard surface or disturbance of 7,000 square feet of land. So those are your 2 triggers for whether or not you're going to have to complete a stormwater site plan, whether or not you're hitting that minimum requirement number 1. All right, 100% of you are right. So good job. Our project does in fact need a stormwater site plan. It's well over that 2,000 square feet of new or replaced hard surface. It's definitely going to be disturbing more than 7,000 square feet of land. I mean, the building alone is 8,800 square feet ish. So, so yes. So now that we know that we have to do a stormwater site plan, I would like to let you know that we have created a stormwater site plan template. The template has been created we have one for large projects, but also one for small projects. Today, we're talking about those larger projects. It's available at cityofTacoma.org/stormwater-manual_templates. And I think I can show you that. Sorry, I have the wrong screen pulled up. I'm going to show you it while I'm typing it in. Maybe you're going to see my typing skills. They're not good. I'm failing. Okay, there we go. So if you go to the template page, there's a whole series of templates. Up front, right up top is the one that we're going to be looking at today, the stormwater site plan template for larger projects. But there's all sorts of templates. There's a construction stormwater pollution prevention template, combined SSP, SWIP short templates, combined ones for ones associated with plats and short plats. That's going to be the training tomorrow. There's operation maintenance manual template, spill prevention plan template, and then a series of other worksheets and stuff that we're going to talk about. But if you go to citydtacoma.org/stormwater manual _, I think, templates, that's where you're going to find the template that we're going to be using today, and we would love for you to use it. It follows the stormwater site plan requirements contained in the new volume 2, which is the documentation volume of the SWM. Why do we think you should use this template? It's consistent. It's going to make for a quicker review. Fingers crossed. I believe it has space for everything you're going to need to submit. So as you're using it, number one, please use it. We really want you to use it. At this point, we're not going to require it because it's, you know, it's so new, and I want to make sure it gets everything, but we'd love for you to use it. Please provide me with feedback about it, and it's something that we want to be able to update over time based upon input from you all. And it's a Word document that you can download. It's got fill in the blanks, things like that. So pretty exciting. So we're just going to dive right into the template itself. What I'm showing you is kind of screenshots of the template, and then I'm going to tell you kind of what we're looking for in these little sections of the template. So the first thing is a title page. So project name, kind of give your name a project. We want to do that so that when we're thinking about a project, it's easy to reference. Your City of Tacoma permit number, and this was actually Brenda and Chris showed you how to find your SDEV or work order permit that's going to be associated with the project. That's going to be the permit number that we're looking for here, is that SDEV or WO number, and it could potentially be and or work order. The project address, if this is like a road project that doesn't have an actual address, if you could kind of give approximate location, something like, you know, North 7th between Cedar and Apple Street. Something like that, just so someone can take a quick peek and kind of know where it is. The parcel number, and Joy actually showed that in the example she had earlier. She showed how to search for the parcel number when she was typing that number into the upper left, and I think it was also under general when she clicked on the parcel. Stormwater site plan prepared by, so this here we want to know who's actually preparing the document. With your, you know, if we have questions, who we call is your main stormwater site plan contact. The date it was prepared, put it in here. It also auto generates the date here. And then if you have to have a PE stamp, so certain stormwater site plans with engineering calculations require a professional engineer to stamp and to do the work. And this is something that's often missed. That's not stamped, you're going to have to resubmit it. So don't forget to stamp your reports and plan sets if it's something that needs to be stamped. And as a professional engineer, you'll know when that needs to happen, basically when there's calculations. There's a table of contents. It has an auto update feature, so make sure when you're finished with your stormwater site plan, you go back and click the little auto update. It kind of pops up here. It's most things that you're going to need, but you know, you can edit it and you can delete things, and the table of content should update appropriately. If it doesn't, please give me feedback about that. We set it up so that it could do that, but who knows? So that's the first thing. Then there's this list of figures. This does not auto-populate. You have to complete this section on your own. But you know, use the figure and table numbers that you use throughout the document. I recommend doing this at the end because then you'll know which page numbers are at the end. And it's really important for us to have these page numbers for the figures and tables, because it makes our review quicker and easier. It makes it easier to find things for people that use this stormwater site plan in the future as well. So let's see here. Then there's sort of this general how-to. Throughout the document, you're going to see there's little comment bubbles. And the comment bubbles are sort of helpful little hints for how to fill things out or where to find information. We'd like you to delete those and delete all the comment bubbles and instruction areas in the end so that the document isn't really long. I mean, if they end up staying in there, it's not the end of the world. We probably won't make you resubmit, but it makes it just a cleaner document. And make sure to update the list of figures. So this is just sort of a general instruction. Then we get into project information. So this is a little more information than what was on the title page. So this is going to be things like the property owner, which a lot of times is different than the person doing the stormwater site plan. So who actually owns that parcel of land? The applicant, oftentimes also not the property owner. So maybe it's the, it could potentially be the consultant or the engineer. It could be, the company that is building the building on the parcel of land that's owned by someone else. So that's that person. And that information is also in Acela, but we do want it here as well in case there's any questions that come up by someone that doesn't use Acela that might need to contact those people in the future. Associated City of Tacoma building permits. Again, this is something that is in Acela as well, but we also use it for people, for inspectors and such down the line in case they need to open up a different permit number. It gives them an idea of where to find different information about a project. So if you put that in there, that'd be great. Other federal, state, local, associated environmental permits. So things like, do you have an industrial stormwater permit on your site? Stick that permit number in there. If you have a construction stormwater general permit, any other types of permits that you might have that are environmental related and associated with the site. Right here is a link to Ecology's sort of overview of permitting and the types of permits you might need to get for a project. This is the state of Washington's permitting service. So it kind of puts you through a series of questions and says, okay, you might need this sort of permit. And it's up to you to figure out what other sort of federal, state, local permits you need for a project. So make sure to do your due diligence there and get all the permits that you need to do. And then there's a little pull down. This vesting pull down is pull down document. It's like, which edition of the SWM am I using? And then a little section for kind of why I'm using that SWM if it is not the current SWM. So I'm going to pass it over to Joy to start to talk about this slide on vesting.
All right, thanks, Mika. All right, vesting. We've already said it, we'll say it again. Hopefully you have the date ingrained in your minds. July 1st, 2021, our 2021 SWM, our stormwater manual permit will become effective. So if you submit your application on or after that date, please make sure that everything included is following with our 2021 SWM and new requirements listed in there, as well as new layouts for things such as your SSP that Mika's been going over. The thing we have underlined here is all complete applications. Please make sure that when you submit, if you're actually trying to beat that July 1st date, this applies to projects for the 2016 SWM, as well as any previous ones as well. You have to submit what is considered a complete application. That means all plans or relevant documents necessary for your project are included. That would include your civil plans, your stormwater site plan, and any relevant documents such as your geotech report, the included and reference submitted separately, construction stormwater pollution prevention plan, and your O&M manual. Essentially, if you just submit an SSP that says I'm doing this project and no other information, then we wouldn't consider it complete. You can kind of think of this similar to the land use actions we have listed down here. Land use actions in general do not necessarily vest a project to a stormwater manual. Lots of times people will submit for preliminary short plats, which have preliminary utility plans. They don't always, even though we would like for you to, include all the information needed to fully design the project. Sometimes we see that site reconnaissance has not been completed, pit tests, things of that nature, geotech reports have not been completed or published. So if you want to be able to vest your project to the manual, and you're looking at right now the date of July 1st, if you want to stay with the 2016 manual, you'd have to submit your complete application with the items that we have listed here. We do have submittal guidance sheets on our website that go a little bit farther into what needs to be included in each of these documents to make sure, again, that it is a complete project. Realizing that, of course, we need to take a look at your submittals. There may be revisions required, but essentially, if you include enough information to show us fully what the design of your project is and the calculations in the background for it, then that would be what is included in a complete application. The only other thing we noted here is PREs is what we call them, pre-development applications. Those do not vest a project. Those are simply submitting conceptual ideas for your project, sometimes a very rough draft sketch of a conceptual site plan, but they don't include all the necessary information to design and build the project, such as your SSP or a full civil design set. Just things to keep in mind as the state's coming up. The other thing that isn't listed here and probably doesn't apply to a lot of you, but the essentially vesting expiration date for our 2012 manual is also July 1st, 2021. That means that if you have a project that was submitted and permitted under the 2012 Stormwater Manual, if you have not started construction prior to July 1st, 2021, you lose vesting. Oftentimes projects that were permitted that far back have lapsed in their approval status, so they are not current anyways, but sometimes there are extensions submitted and granted for extenuating circumstances, and there are a couple people we'll see in this situation. The only way to stay with the 2012 manual in that case would be to start construction prior to July 1st this year. And starting construction does not mean clearing your site. It means actually getting going on your final grading for the site. These things are all defined in the manual, so if you need to look those up and see does this apply to you or not, you can always check the glossary, or you can always ask one of us. With that, it's back to you, Mika.
Thanks, Joy. All right, let's see if I can get back to it. So now we talked about the vesting section. So as you can see here, there's a little pull down, and the pull down has all the various manuals that potentially could be under. And then if you believe you're under an older manual, if we see anything besides 2021 here, we're going to want a description of vesting and why the project is vested. Okay, the next section is sort of project overview. This is just a really brief description of what the project is a whole. There's no maximum amount you could write here, but you know, two, 3 sentences should do it for you. Why do we want something if it's only 2 sentences? Well, it's helpful just for that general overview. If a couple years from now someone needs to use the stormwater site plan, it's good to see that, oh, okay, this one in particular was for, you know, building the convenience store. Because maybe there's going to be a next one where they're building a, you know, coffee stand or something like that. So it'd be good to know, you know, just for people that use it. This is what this one was for. We do not want you to put in any square footage values or any specifics in this section. One of the common mistakes that we see now is that values used for determining those minimum requirements are located throughout the stormwater site plan and are different in various sections. And when we see that, it's sort of like, okay, so what are the actual values? And so for this section, we just want it to be a real brief, you know, building a convenience store, something like that, so that there isn't any confusion later. So for our example, for the coldest ice convenience store, this is 2 sentences. Project will construct a convenience store on a currently vacant lot. Improvements will include the construction of convenience store, associated parking, associated above and below ground utilities. That's what we're looking for, something really short and sweet that gives you an idea of the project. Obviously, if it's more complex, you know, maybe you'll have to put 5 sentences or so, but we're looking for something really short here. Okay, so the next part, so that was just sort of an overview part. Now we talk about existing project site conditions. So this is answering a series of questions, providing additional descriptions as needed, and figures as needed to just really describe what's happening for the existing site. So we want 1 or 2 sentences of what the existing project site use is. We want words or a figure that show the stormwater runoff patterns and points where stormwater enters and exits the project site. So whenever you see these little things, these are fill in the blanks. So you can fill in the blank, really quick description, fill in a blank here, quick description, or say see figure, 2.1 below. And then remember, if you have a figure, you go back to the table of contents and put in your figure numbers and page locations. And there's a series of questions to help you answer what your existing project site conditions are. If the answer is yes to any of the questions, and I'm going to show you some of the questions below, then include the associated figure number where it's shown, and the answers themselves have to be based on site reconnaissance and readily available mapping data. So it's a combination of really knowing what's on your site from actually being out there and seeing what's available on various maps. So volume 2, chapter 3 has some resources. We're also going to, in the future, we're going to create a tip sheet, and Joy's going to show you some things in a couple slides. So these are the sorts of questions we're asking. Are steep slopes located on the project site or within 500 feet? So if you answer yes to that, we expect to see a figure that shows where those steep slopes are. And then we want to know how you determined, how you know that there were steep slopes. So this could be something like TMAP layer steep slopes. You have to answer all these questions relating to your existing project site conditions. So it's things like, are there creeks in the area? Are there streams within the project site? Are there structures, fuel tanks, things like that? Sorry, just one second. I've got an old dog barking at me. Okay, picked him up, so he'll calm down. And then there's also a section for existing, for just additional information. If there's anything beyond those questions that we really need to know about the site in order to figure out our stormwater requirements, or in order to really know about the site, there's a section here for you to kind of fill in any additional information. So I just wanted to kind of give you a clip of what I did when I completed the stormwater site plan for the Coldest Ice convenience store. So, are there groundwater protection areas on the project site or within 500 feet of the site? I think the answer might actually be yes, but no, and I used this layer. Are there wetlands or buffers near 500 feet within the project site? No, I used the wetlands inventory layer to determine that. So that's what we're looking for when we say data source, where you got that information from. Okay, so this is I'm going to give this over to Joy, but basically it's like, how do we answer these existing questions? Well, we use TMAP. She's going to go over TMAP again. And we're working on some tip sheets and guidance documents to show you exactly what layers we want you to use when you're answering some of those questions. And again, TMAP. So let's go to, I think it's that one. Let's go to Joy, and she's going to walk us through some TMAP examples. And I think I need to stop sharing my screen, right? So that you can share your screen. There we go.
Thank you very much. All right. There you go, guys, sharing my screen. And I am back at my 7801 South Sheraton, our randomly selected parcel for Mika's sample project today. And I'm just going to go over a couple things in TMAP, how to find layers, how to do measurements, some things that were just coming up in the SSP template example that Mika was going over. So here's my project site. That's great. That's wonderful. I want to know, gosh, are there any maybe aquifer recharge areas on this project, as Mika was just suggesting? So again, if you forget from the tutorial that you may or may not take on TMAP, I will show you here up on the upper right-hand corner, you see all these little icons. And remember, you can always hover over them if you're not really sure what the icon stands for. I'm going to open up the layer list, pops up right here. And these are all the layers that are in your base TMAP. As soon as you open it up, this is what you'll see. Well, I don't see anything about aquifer recharge, so I need to add that layer. Essentially what we give you in TMAP is just a real standard, not too cluttered, not too much information, things that most people would want to find. Keep in mind that TMAP is applicable to just citizens, as well as engineers, developers, a little bit of everybody. So we just start with basic information. So if I want to add some more data layers, we call them, I'm going to click on the fourth icon here. I'm going to hover over it, and it tells me, yep, this is my Add Data button. Now I can scroll through this list of all these data layers and add whichever ones I want. Oh, I got to the bottom, so I just got to click the arrow to go to page 2. There's a bunch more here, and I can continue, so on and so forth. But let's just say, even though I see it right there, I want to see if there's an aquifer layer. Type it in, and it'll come up with the search result for me. Makes it really easy, and I just click this. It says add. So that says adding. Well, let me go back to my layer list here, and sure enough, there's my aquifer recharge areas. It's as simple as that. If I click on this little caret arrow here to open it up, it'll show me what that layer looks like. And I'll kind of toggle it off and on so you can see it as it turns on. Yes, our project is within an aquifer recharge area. So I would check yes in the SSP template, and I would say that my source was TMAP. Now, there's some other things you might want to find in here as you're going through your project. And I know I'm getting a little ahead, Mika, in your presentation, but since I have everybody, I'm going to do some other layers to add. I want to add wetlands. And I'm going to use the search function because it's much easier than scrolling through the pages of data. And there's 2 types of wetland layers here. So one's a wetland inventory. That sounds useful. I'm going to add it. And this one is non-wetland or no stream. What could that possibly be? Click on this little button here. It says details, and it will bring up, eventually, if you wait for it, metadata. For you GIS people out there, there's your keyword of the day, metadata. Data about our data. Tells us what this layer is. This one's actually kind of interesting, which is why I wanted to point it out to you guys. This non-wetland, no streams layer is actually a map that is based on staff field investigations, where they have concluded in the field that there are no wetlands in these particular areas. That could always be nice because you can confirm, say, yep, see if Tacoma said no wetlands on my project site, I'm happy about that. And I can just say, nope, no wetlands. We're going to get back to my map layer. There we are. So I'm going to go ahead and have that layer too, because I want it. Maybe I'm lucky to have no wetlands on my site. So now that I added those 2 layers, I click on my layer list and there they are. I'm going to open them up so I can see what the symbology is for that layers. Gosh, that purple is what I wanted right here for no wetlands. Not on my site. I'm going to scroll out a little bit just so you guys can actually see some of those. For example, there's a couple parcels here that the city has decided, yep, no wetlands on that site. So if your site shows up as purple, you're lucky. If it doesn't, you just have to look around. And of course, this is where you get into your wetland biologists, experts, and say, hey, does it look like we have anything on our site that would indicate a wetland? This site looks pretty dry. So I'm going to go with, I don't see any vegetation that would suggest that, or any hydrology that would suggest that. So we're going to say probably no. The other layer that we added is wetland inventory. These are known for high probability wetlands within the city. Again, I'm going to scroll out just so you can see some of these. Toggle the layer off and on so you can see them show up. Those are known wetlands. So we know there's definitely wetlands there. And here's this magenta color. There's a high probability. If you want to get more information about those, you can do that in TMAP right here. You will literally just click on it. And look, I clicked on this big polygon over here. It tells us how big this wetland is, what class it is, some comments about it. Looks like the wetlands were actually delineated. We're up around Wapato Park. Just some general information. So it kind of gives you an idea, yep, wetland here, I better do some more research. But I'm gonna, go back into our project site. And you know, at this point, I've added some layers in TMAP, some data layers, and these are great. I feel like I'm going to use these all the time, every time I do research for my project. I don't want to have to add these layers every time. And yes, guys, this is a TMAP tutorial that I'm giving you. If you already know all this stuff, awesome and fabulous. If you don't, hopefully you'll learn a little something here. Again, in the top right-hand corner of my browser, looking at all these little icons, I'm going to look at this one, the disk. It says save session. And I click on it. And what does it say right here? Save my session. I'm going to call this 7801 South Sheridan. And I'm going to say save. Now down here, it says saved sessions. There's three things listed. One I called Joy's base map. I saved another session called Whole City Start. And then the one I just typed in, 7801 South Sheridan. What that means is that when I open up TMAP, unless I cleared my browser cache, all I would have to do is, again, click on this little disk right here. Look for, oh, there's 7801 South Sheridan. If you forget, remember, you can always hover your mouse and they'll tell you what that little icon will do. This little plus sign will load map. I'm going to click on it. And it will zoom me back into my project site. And it will have all of the same layers that I've already added. It saves them. It saves it on your computer somewhere in a temp file, I believe. It's called a .ssn, your session that you are saving. And there you go. You don't have to re-add these layers every time. Now, I did a couple other examples here just to show you that they do change. I did a whole city start. I'm going to click the plus button. It'll load that layer. This is the zoom level that was in my browser when I saved this session. If I look at my layers, it has the layers that were also there when I saved it, of course. It's just a nice way to maybe save your specific project site or your location, any maps that you were working on. Here's one that I just called my base map, and I have it right here at 747 Market Street again, and all the layers that I have added. I think those are the only couple of things I was going to show you guys on here. There's one more that I'll jump to just so Mika doesn't have to hand it back over to me. Jump back over to South Sheridan, and we were looking at how to do measurements in TMAP. Again, upper right-hand corner is where all of your tools are, everything you're going to need while you're in here. If you click on the ruler or the scale, it'll open up a window for measurements, and you can measure an area or a distance, which is what we're going to go for. I don't want to look in miles. I just want to measure in feet. And then you're just going to click on your map, a start point and an end point. And you can just keep clicking around everywhere you want. When you reach the end, you're going to double click to end your line. It's pretty straightforward and easy. If you need to measure an area, you click on the area measure. It's going to default to acres. So you just click this little down arrow next to your units, and you can change it to square feet, square miles, yards, anything you wish. I'm going to click on my map. One button, two button, it's opening up a square. When I reach the end, I'm going to double click, and it closes off my box and shows me the total square feet of the whole project site area. The one other thing that is going to be coming up on the slide that I want to show you guys since I have you is going to be how to find flow direction for stormwater that leaves your project site. Let's say this project determined that they're going to have all sorts of low impact development on site, but there's a chance that things will not infiltrate for all of the storm events, so they're going to have an underdrain and an overflow from their permeable pavement. Means they're going to connect to the storm system right here. We zoom in to the storm system, which is in green, and we can tell that because when we open up the legend here for surface water storm network, we're going to have to open up a lot of boxes here to eventually get our icon. Another way to look at that is to click on the third button here in our tools menu, and that gives you just the legend. And you can scroll through and try and find the green lines, the green triangles, pretty much everything green, since we see that's the layer we're looking for, and see what that indicates. But what I'm here to show you is flow direction. So if I zoom in, and every time I zoom in, it gets smaller because it auto adjusts. So hopefully you guys can see it on your screen. These green storm mains have arrowheads on them, and they are pointing this way. They're pointing south. So if I want to know which direction stormwater goes from my site, I am literally just going to hop in here and start following the arrows. When you're looking to find things such as your surface waters that your stormwater would enter, you're really going to do this. It may seem kind of silly or easy, and it's both of the above, but you truly will just follow the arrows to find out where your stormwater runoff from your site eventually goes. Depending on how quick your internet connection is how fast your page will refresh. But this is truly what we do when we are taking a look at your SSPs and seeing if you entered all the information needed. We are following the arrows and seeing where your stormwater is going to discharge to. And we could go all the way down, but this is going to take a little while. So I'm going to toss it back over to Mika and see where we are in the next slide for the presentation.
Hey, Joy, there's a question in the chat, which I think I know the answer to, but let's see if you guys know the answer to this too. Is there an easy way to download these layers as shape files to incorporate them into AutoCAD for exhibits drawing? And I think the answer is that they can go to the City of Tacoma GeoHub and download files. Is that correct?
Yes, you are right. And I will pull up the link to get people to that page, and I will post it to that answer.
Well, I already got the link. I'll post it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you both. I'm going to share my screen again. So now you've seen how helpful I think TMAP is and all the other maps that are out there, and you're really going to have to rely on that and get to use it a lot. We are going to create some tip sheets to go along with what we need for stormwater compliance. They're not there yet, but keep an eye out for those, like what layers we're looking for. And TMAP itself has videos and how-to guidance and things like that. If you're having a hard time figuring out how to add layers and stuff like that, they've created little videos that you can use. So that's pretty helpful. All right. So I need to actually click on this to make it go. Okay, so why do we care? Why are we asking you for existing projects condition? Like, why do we care? Well, you need that sort of thing for final site design. Construction is really limited to what you can do on a site. So if you opened up that parcel of land and it was all a known wetland, well, you can do something a little bit different on that site than you could if it was not a wetland. It helps to determine what type of permits you might need. So if there's underground storage tanks, you might have to decommission them, or if there's a septic system, you might have to decommission that. If there's things on your site, you might need a demo permit. You might need some sort of land use permits depending on how close you are to a sensitive area. We also use this to help guide you to the various code sections and appropriate other state or federal agencies as needed based upon your existing project site conditions. That's why we do it. We also want from you an existing project site condition map. It's going to show the following areas where applicable, obviously, and we'd like you to have that square footage table on the actual map. And so we want the outline and square footage of the existing hard surface areas, those existing vegetation areas, native vegetation areas, pasture, and lawn landscape areas. And there's a definition for each of those things in the glossary, and also threshold discharge areas. I think we have a slide coming up on that, but we want to know in the existing condition what all those various areas are, because we need to know that in order to determine what your minimum requirements are going to be. And each area should have a separate coloring or separate shading to clearly distinguish it so that it's nice and easy for us to review, nice and easy for anyone that has to use this in the future to figure out what's going on a site. So this is my example. It's not perfect. So this was kind of saying in the existing condition, I know it's really small, you know, there's this much hard surface, this much blackberry, and make sure to include both your on and off site areas because that's your entire project area. And we have the little table here that goes along with it. And I'm going to show you the table coming up soon. But that's kind of what we're looking for, just a snapshot in time. As you can see from this, I actually just took the aerial photo that Joy showed you how to get to on TMAP and then drew some things over the top of it. That's probably not the best way to do it, but I didn't have AutoCAD, but this is how I did it. I'm going to quickly show you those tables. So if you go to the templates page, I created a series of tables that you cool. It's because that's not the right link. It's Stormwater Manual. So let me actually, okay, there we go. It's here. So I created these tables to help you kind of figure out thresholds for your site. And you could copy and paste these tables and put them onto your map. So this is just another tool to help you fill out your stormwater site plan. It's just an Excel document. It has things like total project area, on and off site totals, your project notes, your existing hard surface areas, where to kind of find it, you know, what's a hard surface area, go to the glossary. You know, it kind of says add this one to get this answer, and I have it for if there's 1 threshold discharge area, new development, 2 new development, kind of based upon the type of project you have are the tabs at the bottom. So this is just something that you can use to help you figure out what types of surfaces are on your site. And what I did was I filled this out and then just copied and pasted it onto the actual drawing. So that's an option for you that hopefully people will find useful. If not, you don't necessarily have to use it, but you do have to give me all that information. That's what that is. The downstream flow path. So this is something that we're going to ask for, and Joy showed you how to do that, how to basically follow the arrows of the stormwater system downstream. And while you're following it, you can use a drawing tool and follow it that way. It's a map showing the downstream flow path from the project site to the Puget Sound. We want you to show all those receiving water bodies along that flow path. If there's different threshold discharge areas, you might have to do a different map for each one, depending on how clearly it shows where your stormwater is going. Why do we need this? You need it in order to determine what your minimum requirements, how your minimum requirements apply to a project. So minimum requirements apply differently depending on the type of receiving water into which you're entering. And we need to ensure that the most sensitive water body along that flow path is protected. And as I said, Joy showed you kind of a how to do that. This is what I did for our project. So basically our project site's here. Unfortunately, it's this green color and it kind of goes a little wacky up here. So that's, ignore that wacky part. It's this green color, which isn't a great color to choose, but basically whenever I hit a water body, so whenever I hit a water body, I put a little number, a different water body, just so that we know that's the receiving water that it's hitting. And I have a little chart that I'm going to talk about in a little bit about the various receiving water bodies. So that's what it should look something like this. So that's your downstream flow path. The next thing, so that was all of our existing project site conditions. Now we're going to talk about our proposed project site conditions. So it's very similar. We want you to do a kind of a quick 1 or 2 sentences about what the project is, a quick 1 or 2 sentences about stormwater runoff patterns, and then we want to figure showing the actual improvements. This is typically going to be one of your civil plans, the civil plan that shows, you know, the proposed improvements is sufficient. It doesn't have to be something other than that, but we want to see, you know, proposed all the improvements, parking lot, sidewalks, utilities. If there's going to be any fuel tanks, we want to see those. If you're proposing any septic, which it's going to be hard for you to propose and get approved here in the city. And any proposed public or private easements, we want to see all that on a figure, just on a single 1 or 2 figures. If you need to do more than one because of the size of it, that's fine. And just include that figure number and stick that figure below. And then if there's any additional information that a figure doesn't really capture, we want you to kind of stick it in there. If there's anything kind of interesting about the project that we really need to know about. And then we also want a proposed project site condition map. So this is the map that's really going to determine what our minimum requirements are. So we want, outline and square footage of new hard surfaces, replaced hard surfaces, the pollution generating surfaces, those surfaces that aren't going to be altered at all. So that would include things like your grind and overlaid area, even though those are technically altered, those aren't a new or replaced hard surface. Basically anything that's part of that project site, we want to know what it was in the existing condition and then what it is going to be in the proposed condition. And we want you to do outlines and square footages of all of those areas because we need all that to determine the minimum requirements. Also outlining the threshold discharge areas in the existing and proposed condition to see if there are any changes. So we want it clearly shaded or colored differently to easily distinguish all these different areas. I was going to say, next would be a downstream flow path proposed condition. You only need to do this if something changed between the existing condition and the proposed condition. So as part of the existing condition, you did a downstream flow path. You don't have to do it again, but if something did change between the existing and proposed condition, we need to know about that. And potentially it would affect minimum requirement number 4. So we do need to know if anything changed. All right, that was a lot of information, but basically when we went over existing condition and proposed condition, just kind of background conditions about the site and what we want in that stormwater site plan. So if there's any questions about any of those things, I know I'm kind of zooming through these, but we've got a lot to cover. If not, I think I can ask a question. I think, how do you get rid of lazy tomato employees? You can, any questions pop up, Marina? No? Okay. Okay, so the next part of the template is minimum requirement determination. So we know about our existing project site, we know about our proposed project site. Now we're going to try to figure out what our minimum requirements are. Things to know. You're really going to need to know those definitions again. So definitions, definitions, definitions. I'm going to try to throw that at you as much as you can. Every project, look at those definitions. Every project, you'll probably be slightly confused and have to think about it and work through what it is with your plan review staff. We have these wonderful flow charts that you can use for determining your minimum requirements. Use the flow charts, the words in the actual manual. Use that proposed project condition map, the table. So that's where we actually know what your hard surfaces are and your land disturbances. And then you also need to know, obviously, that most sensitive receiving water body, because your minimum requirements and how they apply are tied to that receiving water body. Okay, so just a little slide about quantifying the project. Minimum requirements are based upon the square footage of impacts to a project site. So what you're actually doing. There's no such thing as this sort of net concept. New hard surfaces are new hard surfaces, replaced hard surfaces are replaced hard surfaces. They count towards the thresholds. So an example about there is no net concept. Let's say we have a school with a play field. That existing school is being removed and a new school is being built on the old field. We'll say the schools are the exact same sizes. This doesn't mean there's no requirements. Just because you have this old building and now you have this new building, they're the exact same size. It's not some sort of, okay, but they're the exact same thing. There's nothing happened. Why is there any impact? That's not how the minimum requirements are based. They're based upon the new hard surfaces, the replaced hard surfaces, and valuations of those surfaces. So if you thought net concept was a thing, do your best to kind of take that out of your head. We think about what's happening at a given moment in time. So that's what that slide is. Okay, so back to our project. Okay, we know our project's not exempt. We know for sure we have to do a stormwater site plan. We started doing it, but now what are our mineral requirements? So we want to think about mineral requirements, whether or not it's new development or redevelopment, because the minimum requirements are different depending on what sort of development it is. Redevelopment, I'm going to start with redevelopment, is on a site that's already substantially developed. So it has 35% more or more of existing hard surface coverage. So you're basically doing some sort of development on a site that already has existing hard surface coverage. And new development is basically on a site that doesn't have 35% or more of existing hard surface coverage. It's mostly, you know, it's original kind of condition. So those are the two things, new development or redevelopment. So is it one of those? So let's do a poll. Do we think our project is new development or redevelopment? So we're gonna pop that poll up. I think the question, is our project new development or redevelopment? What do we think? Do we think it is on a site that is already kind of substantially developed and is more on the redevelopment side, or do we think it's sort of kind of a forested
it's exciting. We have some, we've got some dissent among the voters.
Ooh.
Keep voting. Let's
All
see
right.
we'll see which one is more popular.
And remember, here's the project site
Voting.
conditions
We've
are up
only
there,
got
so
like
it's mostly a gravel
50%
lot.
voted.
Yeah, mostly gravel lots. There's a little bit of blackberry, and we're putting in a new convenience store. So what's going on here?
All right, we'll give it 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right, so let's see what do the people think? Oh, pretty split. More people think it's new development than redevelopment. All right, let's take a peek. I think I have a slide that says why. Okay, so it's redevelopment. Sorry, new development folks, you're wrong. It's redevelopment. Why is it redevelopment? Because the site is already substantially developed. What is making it substantially developed? It's 35% or more of existing hard surface coverage. And this is one of those where that gravel is an existing hard surface. So that gravel wasn't natural, right? Someone came in and put that gravel in. Well, we are going to assume that for this project. Perhaps I didn't give you enough information. We're going to assume it wasn't some naturally gravelly lot, but that it was kind of graveled over time. And so, you know, the percentage of existing hard surface coverage is 81%. So way more than that 35%, because basically it was this large gravel lot that, you know, over time someone took a forest or took a pasture and turned it into this gravelly lot. So it's redevelopment. Gravel is a hard surface. It's an impervious surface along with hard packed dirt. So there we go. So it's a redevelopment project. Okay, so this is mineral requirement thresholds. For new development projects, these are when you have to do various mineral requirements. 1 through 5, if it's 2,000 square feet or greater of new plus replaced hard surface, or if you have land disturbing activity of 7,000 square feet or more. So remember, we kind of asked that question about whether or not you have to do a stormwater site plan. That applies not only to mineral requirement number 1, but 1 through 5. And so you think about, you have to look at the additional minimum requirements, 6 through 9. If it is 5,000 square feet or greater of new plus replaced hard surface, or if it converts 3/4 of an acre of vegetation to lawn or landscape, or converts 2.5 acres of native vegetation to pasture. And again, there's definitions for vegetation, lawn, landscape, native vegetation, new hard surface, replace hard surface. Those are all definitions that are in the SWM. So we have a redevelopment site. Site has 35% or more of existing hard surface. So it's a little more complex when you have a redevelopment project. So similarly, you have to comply with minimum requirement 1 through 5 for the new and replaced hard surfaces and the land disturbed. if you result in 2,000 square feet or greater of new plus replaced hard surface, or if you have that land disturbing activity of 7,000 square feet or greater. So you could have 1,500 square feet of replaced hard surface, but if you're disturbing 7,200 square feet of land, you also have to look at the minimum requirements 1 through 5 for those new and replaced hard surfaces and the land disturbed. Okay, so now we're a redevelopment project. Let's see if we have to look at additional requirements. So if we have to review those additional requirements, 6 through 9 for the new hard surface. So now we're only looking at the new hard surfaces and converted vegetation areas. So not the replaced hard surfaces for this second open bullet. If it results in 5,000 square feet or greater of new plus replaced hard surface area, or it converts 3/4 of an acre or more of vegetation to lawn or landscape, or 2.5 acres of native vegetation to pasture, we have to look at minimum requirements 6, 7, 8, and 9 for those new surfaces and the converted vegetation areas. Okay, so then we look and we see, do the replaced hard surfaces have to be brought up to standards for minimum requirements 6, 7, 8, and 9? So there's this additional piece for redevelopment. If the total of new plus replaced surfaces is 5,000 square feet or more, and for commercial or industrial projects, the valuation of the proposed improvements, including all the interior improvements, exceed 50% of the assessed value of the existing project site improvements, so the smaller project site only improvements, then you have to comply with the additional requirements for the new and the replaced hard surfaces. So not just the new, but the new and replaced, because you've hit that valuation threshold where the state wants you to now also manage those replaced hard surfaces. The same is true for all other projects, so not commercial industrial. If the valuation of the proposed improvements, including the interior, exceeds 50% assessed value of the existing site improvements, so sort of overall site improvements for everything but a commercial industrial site, then you have to bring those replaced hard surfaces up to standards for minimum requirements 6, 7, 8, and 9. And there's different, I didn't actually include the road thresholds on here. So there are different thresholds for roads as well for redevelopment. And you could just chat at me or look in the SWM for those, but right now we're going to focus on what our project applies to. So I believe that Joy, nope, not yet. So, okay, there's going to be some minimum requirements. No, this is Joy. Joy, you're up for talking about the next couple slides where we are talking about the flowcharts.
Awesome. Thank you, Mika. And I'll just let you skip through the slides as I get to them. Luckily give you a break as you've been talking a lot. So thank you. All right, flowcharts. Flowcharts have been updated for our 2021 Stormwater Management Manual, and here is the first of them. We really tried to make them easier to follow, but let's be honest, none of these are easy to follow. You just have to read each box, answer your question, and go through it. This first one we have here is for all projects and new development projects. The first question being just like our old flowchart in the 2016 manual, whether or not your site has, I believe, existing 35% or more of hard surface coverage. I'm trying to just read on the screen there. If you say yes, it does, then you're going to go to the questions that ask you whether this is a road-related project, yes or no, because if you remember, there are some exemptions for those things and different flowcharts to use. If it's not a road-related project, then you're going to go to our redevelopment flowchart. Same as before. But as you go down through and answer your questions yes or no for your specific project, then you are going to determine which minimum requirements apply. If you are 1 through 5 and infrastructure protection, or if you are 1 through 9 in infrastructure protection. There are a couple of notes that we tried to add on the flowcharts this time around. Just a couple definitions to have right up there in the forefront for you. Remind you that we're looking at cumulative impacts, when you're determining which minimum requirements apply to your project, and some links that send you to other sections of the manual for further definitions or clarifications if you need them. Just trying to give you the information here kind of as quick references and bookmarks. Next slide.
This is a poll. So Marita, if you could pull up this poll, this one is just which mineral requirements have to be reviewed for a project. And then the next couple of slides, we're going to answer that by Joy kind of walking you through the flow charts for our particular project. So what do we think for this one? Is it 1 through 5 only? Is it 1 through 9 that we have to look at? Or maybe there's not enough information at all. Maybe I didn't give you enough information. We'll see. I'm going to give people a couple minutes on this one just because this is a kind of big one. If you happen to have a couple screens, you can find the flow charts in the stormwater manual on page like some of the beginning pages. Probably give you a page number. Pages like 1-8 through 110 if you happen to be able to pull up the manual. If not, just we're going to go through the answer either way.
So there you go. We got a lot of folks thinking it's a 1 through 9 and one with not enough info. So should we see what we shall see?
Joy, you're up.
All right. I kept a copy of that information so I can tell it to you guys and we can work our way through the flow chart. And kind of back to something Chris was mentioning at the very beginning of our training today, what is oftentimes helpful when you submit your documents for new permit applications, if you include this flow chart, this kind of helps tell us that yes, you've gone through the analysis and you've thought through your project, similar to that 11-page long SSB checklist. As long as you have something like this in here, then we know, okay, they actually thought about it. If you submit something that says, oh, it's a redevelopment project, and let's say your site has absolutely nothing on it, never has, then we're initially going to think maybe we should kick this back out to you to actually think about your project and design it, because we might think that you have not done a lot of or enough work on it. So as we look at the flow chart here, we're starting with this one first. Does our site have 35% or more existing hard surface? Well, this one did not, but it says yes. I think this is just, no, Mika's shaking her head. I think it's just an example to kind of get us somewhere. Let's pretend we had a big building over our entire site. Then we say, yep, it has 35% or more existing hard surface. Is it a road related project? Which means gravel. We're only doing road projects. Oh, okay. So it was gravel. And I know this project site is large, but we were only looking at a portion of it, not the whole parcel. And I see here we have it listed. The gravel lot actually took up 22,000 square feet. All right. See, I just didn't read my project description to make sure I had the right fictitious project going. So since our project did have 35% or more of existing hard surface, because again, it was 22,000 square feet of a gravel surfacing lot, which is considered hard surface. And the total project area for our project was 32,000 square feet. We'll do the quick math, and that's more than 35% of existing hard surface. Now we ask ourselves, is this a road related project only? I think it's pretty easy to say no, because we are not just working on a road, we're actually developing the site. So we're going to go to the redevelopment flow chart. And here we are. So in the upper left-hand corner, it tells us to start here if our site has 35% or more existing hard surface. And we look at the first diamond there. And these questions, again, are very similar to what you saw on our last flow charts, just kind of updated for more clarity and new verbiage references. So we say, do the new plus replace hard surfaces total 2,000 square feet or more? our project was going to include, let's see here, some off-site improvements, as well as the on-site new convenience store and a new parking lot. So just the new parking lot alone was over 9,000 square feet. So that by itself already puts us over the threshold. So we'll go to the middle diamond there, because our first answer was yes. And we say, do the new hard surfaces total 5,000 square feet or more? Keep in mind the last question was new plus replaced. And we did have a lot of new, because we had gravel before, and we're upgrading to pavement here. But do the new hard surfaces total 5,000 square feet or more? Again, our answer would be yes, because just the parking lot alone is over 9,000 square feet. So we go to the third diamond. And I know this seems simple, guys, but this is really the type of thing we would really like to see in your SSP when you submit. The highlights here that take you through the flow chart, so we see that you've thought about your project minimum requirement thresholds. So our third question is, does the new plus replaced hard surfaces total 5,000 square feet or more? Well, yes, they do. So then we're going to continue down the flow charts, and it looks like, here we are in the rectangle right in the middle. It wants to know if the value of the proposed improvements, including interior upgrades, those are things to keep in mind, does that exceed 50% of the assessed value of the existing project site? Now remember, this was the new definition that Mika was talking about earlier. You have your entire parcel, and then you have your specific project site. So make sure you're using the right definition when you're evaluating what the current value is. Now, if your project happens to cover the entire parcel, it's kind of easy to look at the current assessed value. You can click through some links in TMAP, and it will take you straight to the Pierce County Assessor's website, where you can look at the current assessed value of the property. But you'll answer that question for yourself. And in our project, for this case, we are doing a considerable amount of improvements. We have it valued at $750,000. And the current assessed value of the improvements are only $2,700. So yes, we are exceeding 50% of the current assessed value. So the oval down in the lower right-hand corner of the flow chart there that Mika is circling for us, it tells you that your project has to comply with minimum requirements 1 through 9 for the new and the replaced hard surfaces. So this is where the flow charts can be really useful and kind of important, is depending on your thresholds of new or new and replaced hard surfaces, and whether it's a new development or redevelopment will determine whether you apply the minimum requirements to the new hard surfaces, the replaced hard surfaces, or both. So make sure you read the verbiage very specific to how you ended up at your result in the flow chart. So here we're going to apply MR 1 through 9 to the new and replaced hard surfaces and the converted vegetation areas.
Great, thanks Joy for walking us through that. Awesome. All right, I have to click on it to make it go. Okay, I showed you guys earlier, there's the series. So the next part is filling out these tables. And one of the tables I showed you earlier was the project threshold table. So that's where you put in, your new surfaces, your replaced surfaces. You can, it's part of that proposed condition basin map. So you don't have to redo it here if you don't want to. Personally, I just like seeing it in table form. So if you like also seeing it in table form, you can have the table here as well. We have something called a receiving water body table, and I'm gonna hopefully in theory pull that up. So the receiving water body table is also a tool to help you figure out, okay, so this is based upon how many threshold discharge areas you have. You type in the name of the receiving water body if you know it, say like Flat Creek or something like that. And then this is a pull down chart for the type of receiving water body is it a creek, river, a wetland type. And Joy showed you how you can kind of click on the wetlands and see if they have the category listed. You can also potentially see if it's a creek or a river. So that just gives you an idea of each of the receiving water bodies you're hitting, and then the type of receiving water body that it is. And this is needed to figure out what your minimum requirements are for a project. So this is just a tool you can use. This is a tool that's so the minimum requirements that apply to a project, and then what type of surface they apply to. So you can put in maybe like 1 through 5, and it applies to, I thought January 5th, sorry, 1 through 5. So that's an issue with this. And it applies to, you know, the new and replaced hard surfaces and converted vegetation areas. So there's a pull down of what something might apply to, just to help guide you and the plan reviewer through which minimum requirements that apply to your project and which surface types they apply to. Because as we just saw, it applies differently depending on if it's new development or redevelopment. So that's that. And there's also a cumulative impact table. So this helps you figure out, you know, back in 2004, I had a project, and maybe I know the permit number, maybe I know what happened, minimum requirements that were required to be applied. And then if you know this information, stick it in there. If it's an estimate, that's fine too. You could say estimate in the notes section. So this is just another tool to help you figure out which minimum requirements apply to your project, because cumulatively impacts apply, as we said earlier. And let's see, the last chart is the source control selection worksheet, which actually I think I'm going to talk about later, but I'm just going to show it to you now, though this looks like, oh no, here we go. So this is a chart you can use where you just kind of pick the ones that apply to your site and copy and paste them in there. It includes everything that you kind of need for that, because the source control section requires you to say, you know, the BMP that you're using, the type of activity, and then the potential pollutants. So we've done that work ahead of time for you. So you could use this to help pick your BMPs that might apply to your project. And you could just copy and paste all this information in there, and that takes care of your minimum requirement number 3 section. So those are the worksheets. So that's what these are. I just showed you project threshold, receiving water body, minimum requirement, cumulative impacts. Joy went over the flow charts. We want you to actually fill out those flow charts, you know, circle or highlight the yeses and nos, so we can see that you're sort of understanding which minimum requirements apply to your project. Okay, I went over this project threshold table earlier. Again, it's under the templates thing. It helps quantify that project. You need all that information to determine what minimum requirements apply to a project, or you need bulk of that information. Again, not every cell will apply to your project. So if it doesn't apply, you'd either put a 0 or an NA or something like that. And there's room for notes in that. Just showed you this cumulative impacts table. Again, it's just a tool to help you figure out what minimum requirements apply to your project. Just a reminder, projects are based upon what's occurred at the site since 2003. You only need to include permit information or relevant information that affects minimum requirements. So if there was a permit, you know, for internal plumbing or something like that, we don't care. We're going to be developing some additional tip sheets and guidance about this subject that you can use as well. Not developed yet, but in process. I just showed you that receiving water body table. Joy had shown you how to do the downstream trace. And so as part of that trace, you want to figure out what receiving water bodies you're touching along the way, and note what type of receiving water body that is, because the minimum requirements are applicable to kind of that most sensitive receiving water body, or the type of receiving water body. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about discharge locations and threshold discharge areas, because that's another thing you're really going to need to know in order to determine your minimum requirements. So minimum requirement 5, 6, 7, and 8 is based upon your discharge location. So where that water is actually hitting. So it'll go into a pipe, but then what's that pipe hitting? Or maybe it won't go into a pipe. It'll go into a pipe or out of a pipe. It doesn't matter. Eventually, where is that water discharging? What sort of location? And mineral requirements number 6, 7, and 8 are based upon the development, so the type of thing that's happening within a threshold discharge area. So 5, 6, 7, and 8 depend on what sort of receiving water body you're hitting. 6, 7, and 8 are specific to that threshold discharge area, so that smaller portion of your project site. And here's a, nope, there's going to be a slide that shows what a threshold discharge area is. Not there yet. Minimum requirements 5, 6, 7, and 8. So on-site management, treatment, flow control, and wetland protection are kind of based upon the most sensitive receiving water body you encounter downstream from your project site. So we know ultimately everything goes to the Puget Sound, but we need to protect those freshwater bodies. They're kind of more sensitive before we're protecting the sound. So this is sort of, you know, what's most sensitive. A wetland is going to be more sensitive than a not flow control exempt water body. So it's kind of like a stream or a creek, and then a flow control exempt water body is sort of your least sensitive. Those are your bigger water bodies, like your marine water bodies, and the Puyallup River are flow control exempt water bodies. So a common mistake that we see is not knowing every receiving water body. So you don't know what you're trying to protect. So you get your minimum requirements wrong. Maybe you've kind of heard, oh, I only have to go a quarter mile downstream. Well, that's not going to tell you what receiving water body you're hitting. You need to know down that whole flow path what you're hitting in order to determine which requirements apply to the project. So really important, that downstream trace. Okay, so this is, earlier I talked about flow control exempt water bodies, and this is the very long definition of a flow control exempt water body. So we have, for minimum requirement determination, we have, is it going to a flow control exempt water body, or is it going to a not flow control exempt water body? Flow control exempt water bodies is, so project is flow control exempt if stormwater from that project discharges directly or indirectly, so direct connection or piped connection to saltwater bodies or the Puyallup River, and all of these conditions are met. So these conditions are, the first one is basically what you're doing doesn't divert a stream, or doesn't divert a wetland. The second one is if there are flow splitters, that you're also maintaining that wetland hydrology. I'm saying this in short, but it's kind of what it's saying, these bullets. Stormwater from the project or the threshold discharge area has to discharge through a conveyance system that's comprised entirely of artificial conveyance elements, so that can be pipes, ditches, and extends to the ordinary high water line of that exempt receiving water, so the ordinary high water line of the Puyallup River or the marine water body. The conveyance system between the project and the exempt water has to have sufficient hydraulic capacity to convey discharges from future build-out conditions of the site and existing conditions from off-site areas. So in the city of Tacoma, for minimum requirement determination, so when you're determining minimum requirements 5 and 7 and 8, not additional protective measure, we're always going to assume that there is sufficient hydraulic capacity. So this bullet, for the purposes of minimum requirement determination, not additional protective measures, so not infrastructure protection, but the minimum requirements, we're going to assume that there is always sufficient hydraulic capacity. So we're going to assume that bullet's always met. And then any erodible elements of the artificial conveyance system have been adequately stabilized. So these are all, so it has to go to a marine water body or a Puyallup River, and all of these bullet points have to be met in order for it to be considered flow control exempt. Very confusing, lots of words. Think about it every time. So a poll is going to pop up, and just, is our project flow control exempt? What do we think? Is it going to the, Puyallup River? Is it going to the Puget Sound? Is it hitting some sort of other sensitive water body along the way? Maria, if you could pop up that poll, I think it's poll survey number 6. So yes, it's flow control exempt. No, it's not. Or maybe I just didn't give you enough information. Again, remember, it's this little, oh, I didn't put the little numbers on here, but this is green line, and it looks like, you know, it's hitting some things that look kind of like streams along the way, hint, hint, before it makes its way to the sound. So let's think about, you know, is this flow control exempt, or is it a not flow control exempt type project? All right, what are the, okay, good job. Majority of you are right, this is not flow control exempt. Yes, ultimately it does make its way to the Puget Sound, but it's hitting other sensitive, not flow control exempt water bodies along the way. So it's hitting other freshwater bodies along the way. And so we always have to think about that most sensitive water body as being the one that we consider when we're saying whether or not it's flow control exempt. So it's hitting, I'm not sure, there's Flat Creek or something like that, and Chambers Creek along the way. So it's hitting those before it hits the sound. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about threshold discharge areas. Minimum requirements 6, 7, and 8 apply to threshold discharge areas themselves. So a threshold discharge area is an on-site area draining to a single natural or constructed discharge location, or multiple ones that converge within a quarter mile downstream of that discharge point. We're going to have, the next slide is going to have a little picture to clarify how the thresholds of this manual apply to project sites with multiple discharge locations. And for determining your minimum requirements, we are always going to assume that stormwater leaves the site. So when you're figuring out what minimum requirements have to apply, we're going to assume stormwater leaves regardless. So an area that infiltrates on its own is not going to be a separate threshold discharge area. So here's a little kind of blurry picture, but you'll see in this, in these top two pictures, both of these. So here's the project site, or and we have a single, just water leaves it in a single place, you know, from the site. Great, one threshold discharge area. In this one, water leaves two different areas, but they converge within a quarter mile of each other. This little shorter squiggly line is the quarter mile, but you see they meet up within a quarter mile. But let's say they don't meet up within a quarter mile. Those pipe systems don't hit each other within a quarter mile. Those are two separate threshold discharge areas, and minimum requirements 6, 7, and 8 are based upon threshold discharge areas. And I think I have another little picture coming up. So here is kind of a hard to see picture because of my color choices, but this picture on the left, big arrows, everything's going this way. Our whole site is going to one threshold discharge area. It's all, nothing's happening within a quarter mile. But let's say, you know, topography was such that water went this way and water went this way. So these would be, and they don't converge with a quarter mile. We're just going to make the assumption that this is over a quarter mile. These would be two separate threshold discharge areas. So for example, for minimum requirement number 6, which is stormwater treatment, this maybe treatment won't be required because there's only 3,000 square feet of pollution generating surface on each separate threshold discharge area. But in this one, it would be required because they're going to the same place. So it's really important to know if you have multiple threshold discharge areas on your site for minimum requirement 6, 7, and 8. Those are threshold discharge area specific. Okay, any questions about about kind of figuring out what your requirements are for a site? That looks like where we are. If you have any questions about threshold discharge areas, anything like that, any questions popping up? No, yes. Okay.
We have a question in the Q&A.
Okay.
If you have a site with two natural discharge areas that make up one threshold discharge area, can you modify the basins that make up the natural discharge area with proposed developments? That's
okay. I think
that's a big question.
Yeah,
I think
it's a big question. I think what you're getting at is, can you modify threshold discharge areas to kind of make one into two or two into one or something like that? The answer is no. Minimum requirement number 4, I think, is maintaining, is what's it called? I should know this off the top of my head. Sorry, I got to go back to the slides, and it is called, mineral requirement number 4 is called, Mika, I should know this, I'm failing. Preserving drainage patterns and outfalls. So mineral requirement number 4 basically says, if you have TDAs, you kind of have to maintain those TDAs. You can't swap water from one side to the other. You can't do it in order, to get out of minimum requirements. You just can't do it because then you would not be following a minimum requirement. And you couldn't do that without doing an exception to the minimum requirement. And exceptions to minimum requirements are a process that you have to go to that we're going to talk about later. So hopefully I answered that question for you, that no, because there's a minimum requirement that tells you you can't do that. Any?
And if that
Okay, I
wasn't
see a
really
question.
what you were asking, Jason, go ahead and raise your hand and we would let you talk if you think you need more for that one. Oh, he is raising his hand. So I'm gonna let Jason talk a little bit more about that last one, Mika. So go ahead, Jason, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So I don't mean that you would change a threshold discharge area. I'm talking about if you had a site where you have 2 natural discharge areas that combine within a quarter mile downstream. So you have 1 threshold discharge area on the site. With the proposed developments, do you have to maintain those 2 natural discharge areas, even though they create only 1 threshold discharge area?
Okay, I get your question now. I'm sorry, I'm going to double check something in the manual. I get your question now, just let me double check. So discharge, so
yeah, I can see
requirement number
that
4 says
happening.
that for all, I was just going to read the minimum requirement, but I get the question. So the natural and/or existing condition drainage patterns, so they have to be maintained, and discharges from the project site shall occur at the natural and/or existing discharge location to the maximum extent practicable. So yes, to the maximum extent practicable, you have to try to maintain those natural discharge locations in order to meet minimum requirement number 4. Or you might have to, if it can't be done, because of the way the project is, you might have to be an adjustment or an exception or adjustment to that minimum requirement, depending. Okay.
Was that helpful, Jason?
Yeah, that clarifies that. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. It looks like there's one more. I'm seeing one more about wetlands. Is that right, Marina?
Yeah.
1 TDA flows through a wetland or other critical area, but the other doesn't. Then would that impact requirements for the entire site or just the TDA? It would impact for stormwater mitigation. It depends on, wetland buffers and stuff like that. Well, let's pretend it's like a really big site and there's a wetland with a wetland buffer and 1 TDA, and then there's another TDA that is outside of the wetland buffer, doesn't impact it. Minimum requirement number 6, 7, and 8 are TDA specific. So it would really impact the wetlands requirements just for that TDA. So for that other TDA, that doesn't have a wetland in it or doesn't flow to a wetland, there is no wetland protection required. But that TDA that has a wetland and has triggered those wetland requirements, then they would be required. And I'm just talking about stormwater only. There could be other land use type actions that need to happen as part of a critical area permit. So I'm just, swim only. So take that portion of it. Hopefully that helped. If you have any additional things, let me know. And then so the questions, I think that's good. So I'm going to ask a quick question, which is probably in a joke form. What's red and completely invisible? No tomatoes. That one is just too good to look at ever again. Okay, so we're going to try to quickly whip through a few slides before our lunch break. So we're going to talk about minimum requirement number 6, which is stormwater treatment. And again, this is one of those minimum requirements that applies only to a threshold discharge area. Yes, if you've hit those bigger thresholds, you have to, so if you've made your way into minimum requirement 1 through 9, you have to look at this minimum requirement, but it might only apply based upon your threshold discharge area. So this is the requirement. The following require construction of stormwater treatment facilities. TDAs, again, that's threshold discharge areas, in which the total of pollution generating hard surfaces is 5,000 square feet or more, or if the total pollution generating pervious surface, not including permeable pavements, is 3/4 of an acre or more in a threshold discharge area and from which there's a surface discharge. So if you're hitting that 5,000 square feet of pollution generating, so that's going to be your mostly your driving surfaces, then you're in a threshold discharge area. You're going to have to install some sort of stormwater treatment facility. And then projects that infiltrate stormwater in the South Tacoma Groundwater Protection District, that's a layer you can pull up on TMAP, have additional and or different thresholds and requirements for treatment. So if you're ever in that part of the city, which is kind of the central south part of the city, and this is my hand, I'm imagining this is Tacoma, kind of this zone. Tacoma is kind of like a hand, kind of this zone. There's a separate policy. That policy is available at that link. It's also available somewhere on our website, but this link is the one in Tacoma Pierce County Health Department. It also kind of, this link gives you a little more information about the groundwater protection district. So go there for additional information. Just in general, there's different permitting requirements from the health department and different requirements for treatment there. Depending on the type of project, there's a whole policy that goes over the type of treatment you need depending on your project. So really quick poll, do we think treatment's required for our site? Again, treatment is required if there's 5,000 square feet or more of pollution generating hard surface. So, you know, think about things like parking lots, drive aisles, things where people are driving. Do we think our project, our coldest ice convenience store, requires treatment or not? I think, remember, it only had 1 TDA actually. Oh no, there we go. Up top, I'm telling you, we're going to assume it's 1 TDA. And yeah, there's some information about it. Let us know what you think about this project. I have an opinion. Hopefully my opinion is shared with others. We shall see.
We've got over 51% voted. I'll give you about 10 more seconds here to think about this question. Come on, everybody, give it a try. Make a vote. All right, we got 66.
Hey.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Nice job, everyone. I would agree that treatment is required. So why do we think that? Why do I think that as well? So again, you're required to look at it if you're required to provide stormwater treatment if it's 5,000 square feet or more pollution generating surfaces. And it looks like alone on site we're about 9,000 square feet because of that parking lot and drive aisle. So those are driven on, and off site we have to consider as well. So let's not forget about that. We're looking at about 2,000 square feet of replaced pollution generating surfaces. And again, we had to look at the replaced surfaces because we're over that valuation. If we weren't over that valuation, we'd only have to look at the new surfaces. But we have to look at both, but regardless, we were triggering it for new surfaces either way. So that is treatment. Okay, flow control. So minimum requirement number 7 is flow control. Again, this just applies to threshold discharge areas. Flow control is required if you have 10,000 square feet or more of effective impervious surface. So for our project, that'd be the new and replace impervious surfaces. If it's 3/4 of an acre or more vegetation to lawn or landscape, 2.5 acres or more of native vegetation to pasture, or if through a combination of effective hard surfaces and converted vegetation areas, there is a 0.15 CFS or greater increase in the 100-year return period flow rate as estimated using one of those approved continuous simulation models, then you'll have to provide flow control. So a lot of times people just think, okay, 10,000 square feet, that's kind of stuck in your mind. But if you're over 5,000 square feet, you're going to have to do this modeling to see if those conversions that you've done, both your effective hard surface and vegetation conversions, have caused a 0.1 CFS increase or greater. So you will have to do some sort of modeling exercise. And the last time I did it, it was somewhere around like 7,000 square feet or something like that. But you will have to do that to make sure that you're not triggering flow control just because you're not at the 10,000. Okay, so there's a flow chart that we have available that you can also use that sort of answers those questions and walks you through those questions. It's on page 139 of the Stormwater Management Manual, so that'll help you figure out if flow control applies to your project. So that's kind of helpful and great. And if you want to use it, please include it in your stormwater site plan because it gives us an idea of if you're getting the thresholds right. So a quick poll, do we think that flow control is required for our site? Do we think that any of those bullet points have been met? If you could pop up that poll, Marita. Again, we're just going to assume it's a single threshold discharge area. Remember, it was the 10,000 square feet of effective impervious surface. And
hey, Mika, we seem to be having some technical difficulties launching this poll. Unfortunately, it's giving me an error message. I'll try again. Nope, it's just telling me it's failing to launch my poll.
Okay, well, that's okay. We'll just think about it for
this one.
Think about it for 10 seconds in your mind. Do you guys think flow controls? Do you all think flow control is required? Do you not think it's required? Maybe I didn't give you enough information. Let's see. Let's see if I even talk about the answer to it. Okay, yes, I think that flow control is required. And this should really say projects required to review mineral requirement number 7, which is flow control for the new and replaced hard surfaces and converted vegetation areas. There's 10,000 square feet or greater of effective impervious surface for our particular project because this parking lot is effective, this building is effective, walkways are effective. So as you can see, we're adding those up. It's far over 10,000 square feet for both the on-site and off-site added together. So for our project, yes, we're gonna have to look at flow control. All right, really quickly, we're getting close to lunchtime, don't worry. So wetlands protection. So we're gonna talk about mineral requirement number 8. TDAs, so again, threshold discharge areas that meet the thresholds for mineral requirement number 8 and discharge stormwater directly or indirectly. So directly, kind of direct connection, or indirectly via a pipe system to a wetland, regardless of how far down the line that wetland is, have to provide wetland protection. There is a flow chart that helps walk you through the various wetland protection levels. And this is a brand new requirement, not wetlands protection, but this particular wetlands protection is brand new for all of us this year. So, you know, none of us have seen a project that have had to go through this yet. So I'm not going to be a huge help for how to do this. We've been doing some internal modeling, and we're going to come up with a tip sheet or kind of a guidance document to help walk you through various parts of wetland protection in the future. So here's the flow chart. It's on page 143 of the SWMM. It basically starts out with what category of wetland are you discharging into. So Joy showed you potential kind of a first stop is to look at the TMAP. Just keep in mind that any layer on TMAP is sort of an estimate of what is out there. So it's always a good idea to, you know, get in touch with someone from the city, or to see if we know more information about a wetland. So this could be that you find the information on TMAP and we have it and it's accurate, or you may need to hire a wetland expert to figure out what category of wetland it is. So basically it's what category of wetland is it for your higher category of wetlands, the category 1s and 2s, those are the ones we want to protect more, they're kind of a higher value wetlands. You have a higher level of protection that you have to do, which may include things like monitoring of the wetland over time to see how your project may affect it. And then sort of the lower quality or lower value wetlands have a different level of protection, which is called the method 2 hydro period protection. It's just a different modeling method that provides a little less protection for wetland. That's kind of all I'm going to get into in that. You kind of have to know about habitat scores and breeding populations of various things in order to get to what sort of protection you have to do for the wetland. I just talked about this, and Joy showed us on TMAP how to find wetlands and how you can click on it and potentially see the wetland type. Again, please ask us. We're working to make information more readily available. We're working to make information more accurate and up to date. So, you know, don't take a shot in time and remember and think, okay, that's a type 2 wetland. Wetland types change with time. So always, you know, always for every project, look at it as though it's something brand new. If it's unknown, it's up to the applicant to determine the wetland type, and there's guidance on how to do that in the SWMM. You use the Washington State Wetland Rating System. So that is that. Hopefully we can pop up this other poll to see if it works. So the question is wetland protection is going to be required for our project? What I did was pop in here the receiving water body table that I showed earlier filled out. So these are all the receiving water bodies you're going to hit along the downstream path. In theory, from our project site, again, use your imagination a little bit. Looks like we hit the Hosmer Holding Basin, not a receiving water body. We hit Ward's Lake, that's lake. We hit the gravel pit. Again, not a receiving water body. We're hitting a few creeks, and then we're hitting the marine environment. So what do we think? Poll, did the poll
Our
work?
poll is failing.
Awesome.
Again, we're having
Okay,
technical
polls are not
difficulties.
working.
We'll try to sort them out at lunchtime. Sorry.
Apparently it only wants us to do 7 polls. So poll number 8, think about it in your head. Do we think wetlands protection is required? I personally think no, because we're not hitting a wetland. And that's sort of your main thing. Are we hitting a wetland or not? You know, we'll assume I did the analysis correctly. I asked the appropriate people. No, we're not hitting a wetland. So no, wetlands protection is not required just because we're not hitting one, pipe system or not. And I had to go all the way downstream, not just a quarter mile. So erase that quarter mile from your head. All right, any questions? I know I just ran through information really quickly there, but figured this is your chance for questions before our lunch break. So if you have any questions kind of up to minimum requirement number 8 and how it relates to our sample project, or just questions in general, throw them at me. You can also, you know, throw them at us at any point. If you think about them during the lunch break, we'll try to answer them. Any popping up right now, Marita?
Nope.
Okay, kind of understand why I'm throwing a lot of information at you. So, so I've got a question for you real quick. Why did the tomato blush? Because it's all the salad dressing. All right, maybe I see one, or is there a question? Any other questions or something?
Oh, yes, there is a question now. Yeah.
Railway ballast, yes, and yes for railway ballast. It is impervious surface and it is pollution generating. I mean, something interesting to note, or something about rail projects, is they tend to be long and linear, so they probably often have multiple threshold discharge areas. Doesn't mean you won't hit minimum requirement 6 or something like that, but they do often have lots of threshold discharge areas because of the linearness about them. Oh, okay, looks like another one popped up. Thanks, Andrew. Let's see here. Following up on your previous question, which I don't remember, if one TDA flows through a wetland before rejoining, would only the first TDA require the minimum? Okay. Yes, so only, okay. In that scenario, I think we kind of, I don't know if you can see me doing this or not, but we have this big site, one TDA maybe has a wetland on it, and then the other one doesn't. Only the TDA that, yes, that has the wetland on it. So only the thing that is going to the wetland has to provide wetland protection. So maybe in your scenario, only one TDA is going to the wetland, and maybe that TDA has triggered all the requirements to do wetland protection. Yes, only that TDA that the wetland is affecting will have to provide wetlands protection. The other one won't. Okay, so for minimum requirement number 5, what sort of things do we have to submit? If we're using the list approach, we have to state the BMPs being used for each project site, provide the BMP names and BMP numbers. And this is really important because we are required to manage assets in the city of Tacoma. So we need to know what that asset is. So we really want you to use the BMP names and numbers from the SWM. Include that in feasibility checklist. I'm going to show you an example of that in one of the upcoming slides. Include a reference to any associated documents that you used for determining infeasibility, like maybe a soils report, a survey, maps showing distances to property lines, things like that. All these things we want included. If you are using a BMP, if the BMP is feasible, we need to see the sizing calculations for those BMPs. For these smaller ones, we have a lot of kind of cookie cutter, is what we call them, type sizing, and we do want to see that. We have facility sizing sheets, which are located here. So it's basically kind of fill in the blank type sizing things. The infeasibility checklists are also located on that templates page. So include those for the project. If you are doing the LID performance standard, again, state BMPs being used, the names, the numbers, LID BMP L613 is required to be used if feasible for the LID performance standards. Make sure you say that. Provide sizing calculations for all the BMPs. Provide modeling reports showing you met the standard. And full modeling reports, full sizing. Pretty much all the information you can throw at us is what we're looking for. So here's an example of one of those infeasibility checklists. These are available on the templates website as a tool to help you determine if a BMP is feasible or not. You don't have to answer all the questions. A single answer of no means the BMP is feasible. Though some of them say an answer of yes means it's infeasible. So look carefully at the question, but the majority of them, the answer of no is infeasible. Certain criteria require specific expertise. I have cordoned them off. I can't think of the right word. But put them in categories, like questions 8 through 10 require a soils report. So those ones require a soils report. These ones up here are based upon distances. So these don't require something like that. So note that when you're kind of looking at what sort of question to answer for infeasibility. Here's an example of one of the sizing sheets I was talking about. So this is for a sizing sheet for roof downspout infiltration trenches. You put in the roof area required to be mitigated. It's not auto calculating it for you, but it has the calculation here, soils type, length required, just so we have the number of trenches. So we know that you know how to appropriately size the BMP, and then that appropriate size is shown on the plan set. Common mistakes we see are not using infeasibility criteria contained within the SWM. We see a lot of infiltration isn't feasible. Well, that's actually not an infeasibility criteria. There's very specific words to go along with, like, the fact that infiltration isn't feasible. So you need to make sure you use that criteria as stated in the SWM. Not including supporting information for feasibility. So just saying infiltration isn't feasible than not having a soils report or not showing setbacks. Okay, maybe it's not feasible. You need to really prove it to us. Not having sizing information for the BMP, even the cookie cutter sizing, we need to see. And for the LID performance standard, maybe not including that full WWHM report as an appendix so that we can see that the LID performance standard was indeed met. Okay, so here's our project, and this is just kind of a snapshot of the section of the SSP template that I filled out. So as you can see, I said I used the list approach, I used list number 2, and then I did by surface type, you know, for lawn and landscape areas, I'm going to use option 3, amend in place. For roofs, BMP L6 was deemed infeasible. See the checklist, see the soils report. For that report, high groundwater made this infeasible, but I also kind of highlighted the infeasibility criteria. You don't have to do this, but the plan reviewers would love for you to highlight the infeasibility criteria that you know that you use specifically. I mean, we can see the checklist too, but anything to make our jobs a little easier, quicker reviews would be great. So basically, you go through. You know, this is going through the list of BMPs and stating why something wasn't feasible, and then this was my attempt at kind of showing I didn't have enough of a flow path. That's why dispersion wasn't feasible. So you can see it's, you know, a combination of infeasibility checklists, referencing the appropriate soils report, and showing figures when necessary. Okay, any questions about minimum requirements 1 through 5? Also, I know I'm kind of throwing a lot of information at you pretty quickly. So I wouldn't blame me if you have any questions. Maybe I have a question, I think. What looks like half a tomato? The other half? That one might be the dumbest one. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful jokes. Okay, someone should throw a tomato at me probably. Okay, and the question is NRCS soil survey sufficient providing infeasibility for infiltration? So, Andrew, there is very specific information depending upon the BMP that you're proposing to use. And well, it's depending upon the BMP you're proposing to use. So each BMP has slightly different information you have to give. And we have that contained all within an appendix, I believe. So, let me double check. About the information you need to include. Let's see here. Where would it be? Yeah, there's an appendix. The new volume 4 has an appendix B called Soils Report. It's also contained within the BMPs, I think, but it tells you for each BMP type what type of information you need to determine feasibility and to size the BMP. So it depends. Let's see. Okay, so that was our quick break, just because I went through that kind of quickly, so that's good. I think I'm getting us back on track, maybe. Nope, gotta press this to make it actually go. Okay, minimum requirement number 6 is stormwater treatment. So the type of treatment is based upon the project scope, so what you're doing on the site, and the receiving water body into which you are discharging stormwater. So I'm going to go through the types of treatment you might need to provide and when you might need to provide them. So oil control is required for areas, so only areas within a project site that generate high concentrations of oil. For a commercial or industrial site, ones that are subject to average daily traffic count equal to or greater than 100 vehicles per 1,000 square feet of gross building area, or 300 total trip ends a day. For commercial industrial sites that are subject to petroleum storage and transfer in excess of 1,500 gallons per year, not including delivering heating oil. Areas of commercial or industrial sites subject to parking, storage, or maintenance of 25 or more vehicles that are over 10 tons gross weight. Road intersections, larger road intersections with ADT counts of 25,000 vehicles or more on the main road and 15,000 vehicles or more on any intersecting roadway, excluding projects proposing primarily pedestrian or bicycle use. And then traffic count should be based upon the prepared traffic study if one was required for the project. If one wasn't required, the traffic count can be estimated using information from the most recent trip generation manual. So those average daily traffic counts or trip ends. If a traffic study was required, we're going to use that. If one wasn't required, then you can use information estimates. Phosphorus treatment. It's required for projects within watersheds that are sensitive to phosphorus and are being managed to control phosphorus. In the city of Tacoma right now, that's direct and indirect discharges to Wapato Lake. Enhanced treatment is required for industrial, commercial, multifamily, and or high ADT roads that discharge directly to fresh waters designated for aquatic life use or that have an existing aquatic life use, or discharge to a conveyance system that are tributary to fresh waters designated for aquatic life use or have an existing aquatic life use, or infiltrate within a quarter mile of fresh waters designated for aquatic life use or have existing aquatic life use. Regardless, direct and indirect discharges to the Puyallup River do not require enhanced treatment. It's a basic treatment receiving water body. Landscape areas of industrial pollution generating landscape areas of industrial, commercial, and or multi-family project sites that don't involve any other pollution generating sources don't have to provide enhanced treatment. They would have to provide potentially oil and basic treatment. Parking lots of industrial and commercial sites dedicated solely to parking employees' private vehicles that don't have any of the industrial activities are also only subject to basic treatment, not enhanced treatment. And for threshold discharge areas, so again, the smaller areas within a project site that have a mix of land use types, enhanced treatment is required when the runoff from the area subject to enhanced treatment is 50% or more of the total runoff from the threshold discharge area. If it's less than that, so if you have 45% of the area that is subject to enhanced treatment, then you only have to do basic treatment. For determining when enhanced treatment is applied, ADT shall include fully controlled and partially controlled limited access highways with ADT 15,000 or more, and all other roads with ADT of 75,000 or 7,500 or more. And so enhanced treatment is required for discharges to fresh waters with aquatic life use or an existing aquatic life use. So what does that mean? Aquatic life uses are based upon the presence of or intent to provide protection for char spawning and rearing, summer salmonid habitat, spawning, rearing, migration, trout, warm water species, various types of aquatic species. In the city of Tacoma, we're going to consider that all fresh waters have an aquatic life use or an existing aquatic life use. So if you're going to any freshwater body in the city of Tacoma, you would consider it to have to provide enhanced treatment if it sort of met any of these enhanced treatment requirements. So any freshwater body in the city of Tacoma, aquatic life use or existing aquatic life use, freshwater bodies. But also kind of as we learn more about our water bodies, this might change, but for now, that's how it is. Basic treatment. So we talked about oil, phosphorus, enhanced, basic treatment. Areas that provide phosphorus or enhanced treatment don't have to also provide basic treatment. Basic treatment is required for all areas that are required to have stormwater treatment, but they didn't trigger enhanced or phosphorus treatment. Pre-treatment is required when utilizing basic sand filters, large sand filters, sand filter vaults, infiltration basins, trenches, and dry wells, or where basic phosphorus enhanced BMPs or receiving waters may be adversely impacted because of a really heavy load of pollutants. So if you're on a site that maybe has a really heavy load of pollutants, you might want to provide pre-treatment so that you don't sort of overwhelm that treatment facility on a continual basis. Okay, so I'm going to spend hopefully a little time. This poll will work. What type of treatment do we think is required for our project? So here's a little snippet of information that I think you'll need to figure out what sort of treatment is required. Let's see what the poll says. Do we think it's basic treatment, oil control, enhanced, oil and enhanced, maybe not enough information, maybe something else that I didn't give you an option for. So give you a few seconds to think about this one. So we're going to a freshwater body, right? A creek. We already know we have to provide treatment.
All right, we got 51% voted. We'll give you 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, vote, vote. Done. Thank you.
Right, so, okay. Basic,
Lots of
oil,
opinions.
enhanced, oil and enhanced. And my opinion is that, I don't know how to click on this, is that we don't have enough information. That's what I think. I think we don't have quite enough information because I didn't give you the number of total trips per day. Remember, back to oil control, it's based upon areas of commercial or industrial project, industrial sites subject to that ADT count of 100 vehicles per 1,000 square feet of gross building area. So I did give you that, but I didn't give you the number of total trip ends. So we don't know if that was hit or not. So we just don't have enough information. But we do know enhanced treatment is required because it's a commercial site that's discharging to a freshwater body. So we know for sure enhanced. We don't know for sure oil or not. But that's what I think. Okay, so for minimum requirement number 6, what are the sort of things we need to submit? We need a description of why the project has to comply with that minimum requirement. And if there's multiple TDAs, make sure to describe it for each TDA. A description of the treatment type required. Remember to include those BMP name, or no, this is like if it's enhanced oil, whatever treatment type. We need a stormwater treatment basin map. So that's the basin map that you'll be using for kind of figuring out what is required to be treated and also to size your BMPs. So we want the area requiring treatment, the area receiving treatment, the area receiving treatment that's pollution generating. So you need to make sure to treat all those pollution generating surfaces that you have to treat. So we don't want to see, okay, we got, all this water going to this treatment facility, but none of it's pollution generating. That's not what we're looking for. We need to treat that pollution generating surface. Any square footage that's bypassing treatment, and anything that's bypassing treatment that's pollution generating. And the purpose, kind of for all that is to make sure that you're treating every pollution generating surface that you're required to treat. We want you to put the BMP names and numbers from the SWM. So I'm using, fire retention, BMP, blah, blah, blah. All the sizing calculations, including all your modeling reports that you used for sizing. And if an emerging technology is used, then we want you to include the most current use level designation in the report as well. So go on to Ecology's website, include the one that is most current available and put it into the stormwater site plan. Those change with time. So if in the future someone needs to look at this, then we'll know why it was sized a certain way. Okay, some common misses that happen.
We do
from
have a
requirement number 6.
question, Nika. We have a question
right.
in the Q&A.
Good. Oh, okay. So Puyallup River is, yes. Could you clarify again if the Puyallup River does or does not require enhanced treatment as a freshwater designated for aquatic life use? So, right. I did say all the freshwater bodies in the city of Tacoma are designated as aquatic life use, except for the Puyallup River. That is our one outlier. The Puyallup River is large enough that the state of Washington believes it only needs to receive basic treatment at this point. So it's called a basic treatment receiving water body, and that's the one and only freshwater body that doesn't fall under the needs of enhanced treatment. Thanks for that question. Okay, so here's just snippets of what I did for the coldest ice convenience store section of the requirement number 6. You know, after this presentation, you can look at it and see it page by page, but I just kind of took snippets to show you, okay, there's this description portion where we talk about why I need to do minimum requirements, why I need to do 6, the type of treatment, oil control, there's a little snip of the WIM report. I put the whole thing in there, a little snip of a use level designation, a little snip of the size and calculations, and a little snip of the basin map. So basically, this was just little snips of all the things that are going to be in there just for minimum requirement number 6. Okay, minimum requirement number 7 is flow control. Flipping over here. So flow control, stormwater discharges shall match developed discharge durations to pre-developed durations for half of the 2-year up to the full 50 peak flow. So this is a modeling exercise you're going to do in one of those continuous simulation models. And similar to minimum requirement number 5, the pre-developed condition should be forested, shall be forested, unless you provide reasonable historic information showing that the site was prairie. In those cases, it can be modeled as pasture, the existing conditions. And, or if you're a part of that map that I showed earlier, where it was at least 40% total impervious area since 1985. If you're in one of those areas, then that pre-developed condition to be matched is existing land cover condition. Okay, so we hear a little bit about, so 5 and 7 sound a lot alike, right? They both kind of have the purposes of providing on-site management and providing some form of flow control. So what's up with those two? Well, BMPs required for 5 compliance can help you attain that minimum requirement number 7 compliance, because a number of those do provide flow control benefits. If you have residential roof areas that are fully infiltrated according to the manual, those are considered ineffective impervious surfaces. So that's also something that can help to attain that compliance. A suite of on-site stormwater management PMPs, so a suite of those, you know, single roof infiltration facilities, rain gardens, things like that. If you use a number of those, you might just automatically be able to attain your minimum requirement number 7 compliance. So you might not need something like an additional detention facility or something like that, or you can make that additional facility much smaller because you've used these distributed on-site flow control type BMPs. Only certain BMPs have flow credits. For example, rain gardens don't provide flow credits, but fire retention does provide flow credits, provided it doesn't have an under drain. So within each BMP, for minimum requirement number 5, it talks about whether or not it provides a flow credit and tells you how to model it in order to get that flow credit. And that flow credit is kind of like how you use it to meet compliance with 5 and 7 when you have to do that modeling exercise for flow control. Okay, for minimum requirement number 7, what sort of things do we want to submit? Similar to 6, description of why we have to comply with that requirement. Again, for each threshold discharge area, what type of flow control is required. So am I required to provide flow control to forested conditions, things like that. A flow control basin map. So the areas that require flow control, the areas that are receiving flow control, and the areas that are bypassing flow control. We need you to provide, again, the BMP names and numbers, all the size and calculations, the full WWHM or other continuous simulation reports, showing that, showing that the performance standards are met, showing how the facility was designed, all that stuff we need to see. Common misses, no basin map. So we don't really know what was required to obtain flow control or how it was sized. Maybe there's a report included that shows I met my flow control standards, but there was no sizing information to go along with the BMPs. It's like, hey, I met it, but there's no, okay, great. We need to see that the BMP was sized appropriately to make it. The performance standards are clearly shown to have been met. So maybe you did provide sizing information, but we don't know if the multiple or single facility you put in actually met the performance standards, the modeling standards. Or maybe incorrect continuous simulation model elements were used. An example that we see a lot is there's arch detention tanks that maybe someone's trying to install, but they're modeling it as a vaulter pond, but really needs to be modeled as an arch detention tank because those act differently. So we need to make sure you're using the correct model element when you're using a continuous simulation model. So here's just a snippet of the coldest ice convenience store in requirement number 7 section for this project. Yes, we hit flow control. So it basically was like, hey, we hit flow control. There's only one TDA. And for this one, we're going to use the fee in lieu program. So currently we have in the city of Tacoma a couple fee in lieu programs where you can pay into a city program instead of providing on-site BMPs. We have one for flow control and one for water quality. If you go to cityoftacoma.org/stormwater manual, that talks more about the program, and there's certain information you need to fill out, and you need to get sort of approval to participate. For this one, we installed some water quality facilities, and then we're going to pay into the program for flow control. But I still needed to have that basin map that shows the area requiring flow control, which is also the amount participating in the fee in lieu program. That's just an example of something that could be out there in the world. So wetlands protection. So this is minimum requirement number 8. There are 3 different wetlands protection levels. General protection. These are general things that benefit wetlands of all types. That's things like having buffers and stuff like that. Protection from pollutants are measures to protect the wetlands from pollutants and stormwater runoff. So that's things like installing various stormwater treatment DMPs, doing certain measures to ensure no pollutants get into the wetland. And then kind of let's say the bigger one, but the modeling type one is the wetland hydroperiod protection. There's 2 methods, and the methods depend upon what type of wetland you're trying to protect. So method 1 is protection of those higher level wetlands, the 1 and 2 wetlands. And typically it's going to require data collection specific to the wetland and continuous simulation modeling to demonstrate that that project will not negatively alter the wetland hydrology. Potentially there's 1 year of monitoring required. Ecology created a spreadsheet where you can take the outputs from a continuous simulation model and evaluate method 1. Method 2 is for the lower quality, it's probably not the right word, but for the 3 and 4 category wetlands, also requires continuous simulation modeling of runoff from the TDA to demonstrate that the change in total discharge volume is similar to the pre-developed conditions. And WWHM has modules to calculate the impacts So it's a modeling exercise to figure out how those wetlands are affected by the project, and then you may need to provide some sort of BMP to help meet the hydroperiod protections. So that could be, you know, something like flow control BMPs. It's typically kind of a combination of infiltration on-site type BMPs and flow control type BMPs to help meet those hydroperiod protection goals. Like I said earlier, we're going to have some sort of tip sheet or a guidance document to kind of help you with this section as we learn more about it. So what do you need to submit? Similar to 6 and 7, we want to know why you have to comply with the minimum requirement. We need for each threshold discharge area a description of the protection that is required. You are going to need a wetland delineation report as an attachment appendix, wetland hydrology calculations, full modeling reports, existing and proposed basin maps to clearly show what was used in the analysis. If BMPs are required, all the sizing calculations for those BMPs, all the modeling reports for those BMPs, if you're using emerging technology, the use level designations. If you're providing stormwater treatment, we need that treatment or flow control basin map or both. If you already did that previously in the stormwater site plan, and the things for meeting 6 or 7 are also going to be used for 8, you don't need to redo it here. You can just reference back to those sections. Okay, minimum requirement number 9, actually kind of flying through the afternoon section, is operation and maintenance. So we require an operation and maintenance manual for all proposed permanent stormwater BMPs. So this isn't just minimum requirement 6, 7, 8 BMPs, also minimum requirement number 5 BMPs. It's a standalone document. It has to identify the party responsible for maintenance. You have to keep a copy on site or within reasonable access to the site. It has to be transferable to the new property owner. And then kind of to go along with this, covenant and easement agreements. So these are the legal means to ensure maintenance is performed on private properties. It allows the city to access those facilities for inspection. It's recorded to title, and is required for all proposed permanent stormwater BMPs, including minimum requirement number 5 BMPs. So that's going to be part of your permit application, is making sure that you complete those covenant and easement agreements as well. So here's a whole list of things we want to submit. A narrative, an 11 by 17 site map, or potentially smaller if you can see everything clearly on a smaller one. Clearly showing the locations of facilities, including conveyance systems. This isn't needed to make it a standalone document. Just note, this is teeny tiny, but right here, you don't have to do this if it is for a facility that will be maintained by the city of Tacoma. We do that in-house. Just need to tell us that it will be maintained by the city of Tacoma. There's a little check mark box under the minimum requirement number 9 section if you have a facility that's going to be in the right of way and maintained by the city of Tacoma. We need detailed drawings, including dimensions, locations, things like that, orifice sizes, the person, organization responsible for maintenance, including a phone number. If you don't know that yet, you still have to have some sort of current responsible party if you haven't sold the parcel yet. It's, you need to have someone in there in case there's any issues that we need to call someone that can be available to pick up the phone and answer questions, or pick up the phone in case we need to tell them that they need to maintain their facility, where it's going to be kept, a description of the facility, including what it does, how it works. If there's any manufacturer specific documentation, we want that in there, and we want the most up-to-date manufacturer documentation. A description of all the maintenance tasks and frequencies of each tasks. We have in our volume 4, one of our appendices is a series for most of the BMPs in the manual. frequency and maintenance tasks. So you can copy that right out of there and put it in there as an option. We need a sample maintenance activity log. And it's recommended to have a cost estimate because eventually this is going to go to someone that has to, if it's not yourself, it will go to someone else that has to maintain it. So it's a good idea to give them a heads up of what they might need to do. There is a template available. I'm going to pull up that template. And then again, this is just a reminder, don't forget that there is a covenant easement agreement process. It requires us to send information to various people in the city and have documents signed. So it's can be a lengthy process depending on signatories. So let me pull up. I should always have this one up. The templates website. Just want you guys to see the operation and maintenance manual template. Oh. Sorry, it's thinking. So we do have a template available for your operation and maintenance manual. Similar, you fill out who prepared it, when it was prepared. And then this is sort of just, where the facility locator is on the figure, what type of facility, how it works, estimated costs. You are free to use this template. It's pretty short, just tells you where to put things in. If you actually have the recorded covenant easement, it'd be great to stick that in here too. If there's any other additional easement documentation, it'd be good to have that there too. So that is an option. This, whoa, I don't know what just happened there. Okay. Great, so that's what to submit. And then common misses for minimum requirement number 9. The figure showing the facility locations isn't included, or that figure does not obviously show where facilities are. The contact information isn't included. The maintenance schedules don't match the use level designation for proprietary devices. So a number of proprietary devices have very specific maintenance schedules. Some of them require monthly inspection for the first year, or maybe they require inspection every 10 months or something like that. So as you're thinking about what to put in the ground, make sure you think about the maintenance requirements, make sure you stick them in that operation and maintenance manual. So whoever is the person that's going to end up maintaining it knows what's coming at them. And the covenant easement agreement is not complete, is something that happens too. So we always need that completed before we can sign off on the project. Any questions right now about minimum requirements 1 through 9?
We do have a question about number 6.
Okay, what is it?
Would you like to hear it?
What's the question? I'm not seeing it. Yes, I'm not seeing where it is. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. If runoff from pollution generating hard surfaces is treated in bioretention prior to infiltration, would the bioretention be counted as pre-treatment?
Okay, I think you are asking this because I'm going to go back in a slide and let's see if, oh no, don't look at that yet. Let's see here, because I said pre-treatment is required before infiltration. So this and I'm just guessing this is why you're asking. So if you're not, please chat at me again. So this infiltration isn't bioretention. So you're not required to have pre-treatment before bioretention, unless you want to, if you think it's a very pollutant heavy area, and then it's a good idea to have pre-treatment. But these specific BMPs require pre-treatment. And this is infiltration, basins, trenches, and dry wells. So bioretention itself doesn't require pre-treatment in this case unless it's a really polluted area. Is that the answer? Is that the answer you're hoping for? That's the answer I have, I guess. Any other questions?
And then we've got another Q&A question about railway ballast. let's see. In the past, I've not seen the requirement to model railway ballast as impervious because it is an open graded aggregate which provides storage for stormwater and will allow for infiltration. Is there a reason for the change to railway ballast needing to be seen as an impervious surface? I'm not sure that's a change.
I would say I'm not sure either. We did consult with Department of Ecology specifically about railway ballast because this question did come up a couple years ago about railway ballast, and they verified that it's meant to be impervious and that is meant to be pollution generating. That being said, we are happy to ask again and get clarity on that one for sure. Okay, so next up, additional protective measure, infrastructure protection. So we've gone through all the mineral requirements 1 through 9. Now we are at old mineral requirement number 10, now called additional protective measure, infrastructure protection. So projects that impact the downstream system by increasing the amount of stormwater to the downstream private or public system might be required to complete a quantitative downstream analysis of the downstream system to ensure that system's appropriately sized before we connect to it. The type of analysis is based upon a table. I think the table's in the next slide. But keep in mind that whoever your reviewing department is, ES or site development, might have different or additional analysis based upon what we know about what the city knows about that system. So the table is the general day-to-day type things, but there might be certain scenarios where we will require additional analysis depending on what's going on the project. So here is the table. So you see the type of analysis is based upon how much you are sort of impacting that downstream system. So are you adding surface area to the downstream system? Are you putting more water into the pipe? Or are you converting what was pervious into impervious, so sort of increasing those flow rates? So if it's a smaller project and you are just increasing that surface area by less than 5,000 square feet, you're going to any pipe, any size pipe, no analysis is required. Then it kind of, the type of analysis and the type of analysis, I would say gets kind of harder as you introduce more water into the system. So as you can see here, it's based upon the square footage of area that you're adding to that pipe and the size pipe downstream within that quarter mile of the site. So there's no analysis required, maybe an inlet and gutter capacity if you're discharging to the curb line, if you're actually affecting an inlet or a gutter, or a single segment capacity analysis, or maybe you're creating a potential bigger impact and then we'll want a full backwater analysis. Regardless, if you're connecting to any of our city-owned and identified trunk mains, no pipe analysis was required, but inlet and gutter capacity might be required if you are discharging into that curb line. So we have Joy up next, who is going to, she showed us the T-map earlier. Now she's going to do a T-map exercise on sort of how to find that smallest pipe downstream, because that is what we care about when we are figuring out if we need to analyze the pipe system. So in theory, I'm going to stop sharing, pass it on over to Joy. And
all right. And this is pretty easy and straightforward. And just jumping right back into T-map where we were before. And if you want to find the smallest downstream pipe within a quarter mile, as you're doing your analyses, there's a couple things you could do. Sorry, we can't draw a circle in here, but you can draw a line, make it a start at your project site. click somewhere near your downstream and draw until you get to a 1/4 mile, so you know how far you're going. And zoomed out a little too far, so I can't see the direction of flow. Looks like we're still heading this way. And there we're at a 1/4 mile. That's just something to give you an idea of how far to look. And now you're going to just click on the pipe segments throughout that stretch and see what size they are. Now here's how to do that. You click on the layers icon, again, top right-hand corner is where we're looking at. We are in surface water network, and this is the active public system. We can turn off the other things just so they aren't confusing. You want to make sure you have your pop-ups turned on. What is a pop-up? Well, let me shrink this down. These 3 little dots next to every layer, if you click on them, go down to the 4th option. Mine says disable pop-up, which I don't want to do because I actually want it. The pop-up is going to pop up with information. Usually when you add layers, the default is for the pop-up to be enabled. And that should be just fine. What happens when you click on your screen anywhere, it'll bring up information. And whatever's closest to your little screen click are the layers with information that it will show. If you click somewhere and you're close to more than one item, usually it'll select here and show you 1 of 2 or 1 of 5. If there's a lot of things that it selected and it couldn't quite tell which one you wanted, I'm going to try really hard. There we go. Here it says 1 of 3. And you can see this pipe segment right here is highlighted with cyan. If I click on this arrow, believe it or not, there you go. There's my pop-up helper. It says next feature. It goes to the next pipe segment, which is this one. It highlights in cyan as well. And it gives you information about that one. If I click again, it's going to go to this pipe segment. So if you click on the map and you can't get exactly on top of the polygon or the line segment that you're looking at, it'll give you some options. But what we're looking at here is our smallest downstream pipe from our site. And we see this first one. When we click on it, it brings up a pop-up window. It highlights it, so we know we're looking at the right item. And this one is 12 inches in diameter. That sounds great and lovely. If we just start clicking down, down, and moving, we can kind of see where that highlighted cyan color ends. Hopefully you guys can see it too. And so I'll just click on the next pipe. And it's 15 inches. As you can imagine, as we continue downstream, they're most likely all going to become larger in diameter. But you never know, sometimes you can be surprised. So if I were doing this analysis, I would continue all the way down till I see my current pipe, selected pipe, which is the cyan one right here, end, and a new one start. And this blue line here was that 1/4 mile line that we drew. So I'll select the next pipe segment, and it's 21 inches. Now remember, when we're doing the infrastructure protection analysis requirement, we're looking to find the smallest pipe downstream. It's not just if all the pipes are, if there is none that are that small. If there's any pipe in that whole 1/4 mile downstream that is usually 10 inches or smaller, then we're going to be looking at some analysis. And oh, man, we're just going to keep going. This is really how this goes, guys. We try to give you as much data as we can to get this done. And there's the end of our line. So we went a 1/4 mile, smallest pipe was 12 inch. Now we know how to use our table to determine the type of downstream analysis we need to do. Now, while I have you, before I pass it back to Mika, I want to remind you guys, save your session, we call them, your TMAP session. I'm just going to pop back up here to our project site. There we are. And remember earlier when I first showed this to you, I had saved this session as the address. So there it is right there. If I've changed anything since I've been working on the project, all I have to do is come here and click on it. There we go. I can change the name or anything else that I want to. And it's really going to save anything that I've done since I've had this one opened. What's nice is, again, unless you clear your cache, then you'll probably lose this. If you are in the regular habit of clearing your cache on your internet browser, then just go find where your computer saves those temporary files and save it into maybe your project folder. They usually have the extension .ssn, so you can search for that if you want. Save it in your project directory folder, and then you'll always have it, and you won't be at a risk of losing it with your browser clearing. And I think that was all I had, Mika. I'm going to pass it back to you.
You did. Thank you, Joy. Let's go back to sharing my screen and share it. See if that works. Okay, there we are. We're back to our screen. We have learned how to find the smallest pipe size. Awesome. So here we have a poll. So let's figure out for the coldest ice convenience store, is a quantitative downstream analysis required? Over here, I have the pipe sizes within a quarter mile. I just put that on there, and then, you know, some things about the project, and then the little table that you would use to figure out if a quantitative analysis is required. So we're going to pull up a poll. We're going to have a poll, and is a quantitative downstream analysis required? Yes, no, or tricky, not enough information. I don't know. Don't know.
All right, we got 57% voted. Keep voting. We'll give you
Also, thanks for
5
sticking around.
more seconds. Yeah. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Right. What do the people say? Yes, no, okay, but so the majority says yes, and I say no. Okay, let's say what? Let's see what. Let's see if I'm right. In all honesty, so an analysis is required when there is an increase in surface area and/or increase in area converted from pervious to impervious. So this is a little tricky for ours. So in the existing conditions, this is again the sort of gravel. What is gravel? Gravel is an impervious surface. So remember that when you're thinking about it. I mean, you look at it and water goes into it, but for the purposes of the stormwater manual, it is an impervious surface. So in the existing condition, we have mostly impervious surface, a little bit of pervious surface, and then in the proposed condition, kind of a mix of impervious and pervious. So this is why I think no. Everything in the existing condition is going to the downstream system. So we're not looking at an increase in surface area, but we're looking at that other one, which was is there an increase in conversions from pervious to impervious? So in the existing condition, so this is the one scenario where like there's sort of a net type thing. You know, I always said, no, there's no such thing as a net, erase it from your mind, but kind of there is in this one. In the existing condition, there was 26,150 square feet of impervious, or so I say. We're going to pretend like it is. And 559.45 impervious, and then the amount of impervious actually decreased. So for the purposes of this conveyance analysis, there's a decrease in the impervious surface. So there actually is no analysis required. If we go back to that chart, we didn't actually have an increase in any surface area because all that surface area was going there. And we actually had a decrease in that amount of pervious to impervious because it was all gravel before. So an analysis actually isn't required. And then we're going to assume there was no infiltration on site. But if there was, maybe that would have decreased the contributions to the downstream system even further. But I think, does this mean that we can just directly connect to the curb? I think that's my next slide. So That's what I think about that poll, that no, we don't have to do anything. Okay, so I think we've determined potentially that analysis isn't required. So can I just discharge to the curb line? Is that just something I can do? I didn't have to do an analysis, so it must mean I can just discharge to the curb line, right? Well, no, not necessarily. It's only allowed if the minimum requirement number 5 BMPs are not feasible, and you cannot fully, it cannot be used to fully infiltrate or disperse stormwater on site. Remember, minimum requirement number 5 says if feasible, you have to infiltrate and disperse stormwater on site. So let's say it's not feasible. A curb line has to be present. So you have to have some sort of curb line so that the water can go somewhere. So you can't just discharge it into flat space that we'll just kind of create a flood. And then we added this new section in the SWM that talks about, when we allow certain scenarios, when we allow conveyance to the curb. A catch basin or other inlet to the conveyance system, so has to be located within 350 feet downstream of the discharge location. Stormwater from that project site has to stay in the gutter line to the nearest stormwater system inlet. So basically that means it has to be tall enough to ensure water remains in that gutter line. So previously I said you won't need to do an analysis. There might be scenarios where you have to do an analysis at a curb line or something. That'd be one of those scenarios where the city would tell you, hey, we actually need an analysis for something like this. For this one, probably not, because we're not increasing anything. But if maybe there's a really small curb line along the way and we want to know more about it, we might require you to do some sort of analysis. Stormwater discharges from the project site have to enter that stormwater inlet before the next downstream intersection. So there has to be an inlet into the stormwater system before it crosses a road. So if there isn't a curb or some sort of inlet before that, you might have to put one in. And stormwater discharges can't be on the high side of a full warp street. So we don't want those discharges going directly across the road. If those above conditions cannot be met, extension of the stormwater system is likely required, or some sort of inlet. You might have to install some sort of inlet or do some sort of improvement to the stormwater system to allow that curb discharge.
We have a question.
Okay, so, okay, let's see if I can answer it. Okay, so does stay in the curb line mean a gutter capacity?
A gutter capacity analysis.
So Trevor, not necessarily. So I'm going to just take our example where we didn't actually increase this, increase stormwater to the system. Let's say we are out on the site and we know it's a full curb and there hasn't been any drainage complaints in the area. We know it's like a full standard curb line. I honestly don't know what that is, but someone knows what a full height curb line is. It's full standard curb line. For this project, we wouldn't make you necessarily do analysis, but let's say it wasn't sort of the standard now curb line. Maybe it's one of those funny that you see out here in the city, one of those little tiny wood ones that are, this tall. The city plan review staff might require you to do an analysis for something like that. So it'll be project specific, I would say. Let's see here. Oh, this is where I am. I'm at submittal. Any other questions about curb line stuff? Because I know that's a new thing in the SWM. Like, so you can think about it and ask them later too. So submittal requirements. What do we want to see for infrastructure protection? Well, similar to the other things, we need a little description of why you have to comply or not comply with this additional protective measure. If it's required, the type of analysis that you have to do, so either the single segment, the inlet and gutter, or full backwater, or some combination of, based upon either the table or what your plan review staff tells you. That would include all your model assumptions, including tailwater assumptions, all your model outputs, a diagram showing the pipe segments, inlets, and gutter sections analyzed, pipe types, slopes, inlet types, A survey, if a survey is required. So your plan review staff will tell you if a survey is required. If we know that for sure that typically what's shown on the map will be fine, but there might be some very specific scenarios where we'll need a survey. Existing and proposed basin maps that clearly show the conditions and acreages used in the analyses, hydraulic grade line, if the system is overtopping the conveyance system, where it's overtopping the conveyance system, and at which storm events. And if those existing and proposed basin maps already have information sufficient, it's not necessary to include maps twice, but make sure you reference the appropriate maps. And then a description of the mitigation measures, including all design calculations and modeling outputs. So that would be, okay, you did the backwater analysis and that you learn that you have to upsize one of the pipes. So it'd be how you did the design for upsizing that pipe or installing that catch basin or something like that. Oh, I always need to click on it again. Okay, this is a lot of words on it. This is conveyance system design. So all new conveyance systems shall be designed using a full backwater analysis, and there are specific design events that we want you to meet depending on whether or not it's a privately maintained or publicly maintained conveyance system. For privately maintained conveyance systems, the standard is the 10-year, 24-hour design storm for a type 1A storm with a 10-minute time step. We want there to be a ½ foot of freeboard between the water surface and the top of any maintenance hole or catch basin. For private systems, for the 100-year, overtopping can occur, but we want to make sure that overtopping doesn't extend beyond the lane, half the lane width of the outside lane of the traveled way, and is not greater than 4 inches in depth at its deepest point. If there's overtopping on private property, that's potentially allowed as long as there's recording of proper easements. Let's see, for publicly maintained systems, the standard is the 25-year, 24-hour storm event should be within ½ foot of the top of the maintenance hole or catch basin. Oh, that's kind of a funny thing there. And similarly for the 100-year event, it shouldn't extend beyond half the lane width of the outside lane of travel and shouldn't exceed 4 inches in depth at the deepest point. The starting tailwater should be a 90% full pipe. At the downstream pipe, the first pipe. For tidally influenced, we will start that at 4.64 feet. Let's see what else. I already did that one. If overtopping occurs, we want to know the extent of the flooding. So you want to be able to show that on a little map to show how big the extent of flooding is, to make sure that for that 100-year event, it doesn't impact something that can't handle it beyond like a roadway or a parking lot or something. Okay, so submittals for conveyance system design. Basically, we want a narrative that discusses all the results and clearly describes compliance with the design criteria, all the modeling assumptions, including your tailwater assumptions, diagrams showing pipe segments, inlets, pipe type slopes, downstream survey if we need it. I feel like I just did this slide. I think it's in there twice. Oh, maybe not. Sorry. Hydraulic grade lines, all modeling outputs, basically every single item that someone would need in order to independently figure out how a conveyance system is designed. So here's just a little snippet of the stormwater site plan that I filled out, and some of the things you might see when you're looking at the conveyance system design. So there's a little description, shows it can accommodate the 25-year storm event. Mind you, use your imagination. Then there's kind of a little snippet from a modeling report. The full report's in there, but this is kind of just to show, hey, I started the tailwater here, blah, blah, blah. I used this storm event, etc. Some common misses when we look at infrastructure protection and conveyance design. There is no design. people use continuous simulation model for conveyance design. Currently, we require single event modeling for conveyance design. Full backwater analysis wasn't used. There was no backwater assumed. The pipe types and slopes didn't actually match the plan set, so it didn't match the design. So those things, you need to make sure that everything you're showing in your design is matching your plan set. Okay, so those are basically all your minimum requirements and your additional protective measure. And then I just wanted to also tell you about exceptions, adjustments, and modifications. So an exception is something that you can request. It's a request to not apply a minimum requirement to a project. Exceptions must meet the following. The application of that minimum requirement would impose a severe and unexpected economic hardship, and that exception will not increase risk to the public health and welfare, nor be injurious to other properties in the vicinity or downstream, and not be injurious to quality of waters of the state. And it's the least possible exception that can be granted to still comply with the intent of all the other minimum requirements. And the exception would be included as a separate appendix in the SWMM, should say SSP, and in the minimum requirement section of the SSP. It would reference that an exception is being used to sort of meet that minimum requirement. The decision is sole discretion of ES or SDG. So this would be something like, I am not planning on doing a minimum requirement. I am not going to provide stormwater treatment. Something like this is pretty hard to prove that it's not going to increase risk to public health and welfare, but we always need to tell you that it is an option that you can pursue. An adjustment is reduction or modification of a minimum requirement or to permit an alternative requirement. Applications have to include documentation that says why the adjustment provides substantially equivalent environmental protection, that it's based upon sound engineering practice. They would be included as a separate appendix in the, where it says SWMM, Stormwater Site Plan, and the minimum requirement section of that Stormwater Site Plan. You should say, I'm using an adjustment. Again, the decision is sole discretion of the city of Tacoma. So this would be something like, an adjustment would be, I am still planning on you doing stormwater treatment, but it's a type of facility that is not in your stormwater manual. That would be something like an adjustment. And I've provided all this information to prove that that type of facility can still provide substantially equivalent environmental protection. It's not uncommon, I would say relatively uncommon, but something like an industrial site might do something like that, where they're proposing a different type of facility that is very specific to their needs, but it still meets the equivalent environmental protection because it can still provide the type of treatment that's required. Modification is change to design standards in the SWMM. So this would be something like, I'm not going to put in a certain type of cover or something like that for a maintenance hole or something like that. So you'd clearly note where the design standard is different. Okay, the SWMM says this, but I'm proposing this. You describe why you cannot meet the portion of the SWMM and why that modification won't affect downstream properties, system function and operation, quality of the state, and health and welfare of the public. So these are sort of the smaller adjustments that are more kind of common to day-to-day practices of just designing something. You couldn't meet every single spec in the SWMM, but I'm doing this slightly different other thing, and this is why it's okay. Again, sole discretion of City of Tacoma to approve those. Okay, so those are exceptions, adjustments, and modifications. So appendices, there's going to be a number of appendices to the Stormwater Site Plan templates, and I say appendices may also mean separate standalone documents. So soils report, we want you to kind of state the name of that separate standalone document. We want it to be a standalone document because other departments use the soils report, and sometimes it gets lost in a stormwater site plan. They don't know where to look for it. Common mistakes is the soils report doesn't match the BMP design, doesn't match the infeasibility criteria. Soil logs are not taken at appropriate depths. Maybe they're taken at the wrong time of year. Things like that, as I said earlier, in response to one of the questions. Volume 4, Appendix B has soils report requirements for various types of BMPs, so the standards for that. Another appendice, which is really a standalone document, would be the wetland delineation report if you are having to meet minimum requirement number 8. We want all the design calculations and modeling reports because sometimes those can be really long, kind of stuck in the appendix, and we need to show complete modeling reports. Clearly highlight those values that were used in the calculations. Make sure to include design calculations for BMPs, make sure to include all assumptions and outcomes. Some common mistakes is, the modeling reports aren't included, calculations aren't included. The modeling report included facility size, but the calculations weren't included. So maybe it showed a certain size facility, but you didn't have the calculations to go along with it. Maybe it showed the gallons per minute that needed to be treated, but then didn't go on to say how many cartridges you need to use in that scenario. Another thing that's relatively common is the inputs don't match the plan set. So maybe the orifice sizes shown in the modeling report or the calculations are different than what's shown on the plan set, or the elevations are different, so the slopes are different, which would affect the design of the facility. We also want you to include the most current version of emerging technology use level designations if you're using one of those emerging technologies, because those change over time. So we want a kind of snapshot in time of how this thing was designed. If there's any other relevant historical information that needs to be included for us to understand stormwater requirements, we want you to stick that in there as well. Okay, just sort of in general, we're going to end pretty early. So, all right. In general, some other commonly missed items, not packaging materials appropriately. So maybe there's 10 or 20 different documents that should have all have been included in the stormwater site plan. Maybe you individually put every single modeling report as its own submittal, but really it should have all been packaged together. That makes plan review harder and slower. Maybe basin maps aren't clearly showing different cover conditions. Maybe hatching or colors are too similar to discern any differences. Pretty common is the plan sets don't match the reports. The sizing doesn't match the facility shown. The basin maps don't really match reality in terms of what you describe the project to be. Plan sets aren't accurate or don't have complete information. They're not to scale, or the scale is wrong. There's no pipe slopes, inverts, rim elevations. These are all things we need in order to determine if the facility was appropriately sized to make sure that it meets the requirements of the SWMM. That's our job. Maybe there's not enough pollution generating surface going to the facility. There's no details, or the details don't match the plan set. Just in general, things to think about when you're submitting things. These are things we see relatively commonly missed. So just kind of think about it. All right, so before this next bit, I'm actually gonna, since I've got a little bit of time, I'm gonna show you the, oh, I actually have it open. I don't know why. I'm just gonna show you the stormwater site plan that I created for this coldest ice convenience store. Mind you, it's just an example. Nothing's really accurate in it, but it's part of using our imagination today is here it is. Just so you can kind of see, it's about 100 pages. This includes all the modeling reports and everything. So I kind of created this little fake thing. Here's a little stamp because it had to be stamped. Here's what the table of contents might look like. Looks a little, yep, there we go. Here's the appendices, list of figures that I had to, individually fill out. This had a different property owner and a different applicant, so I made sure to put that in there. No associated City of Tacoma permit numbers. Looks like I vested, it was vested to the current manual, so that made that portion pretty easily. As I showed you earlier, the brief description is just a sentence or two about the project. Again, also all of these, we're looking for a sentence or two. So, existing site uses a vacant lot. Stormwater flows from west to east. That's sort of what we're looking for here. And then I went through and answered all these questions. This is the existing project site stuff. So I used those layers that Joy was showing us. And again, we're going to hopefully have a tip sheet, something like that, to tell you which layers to use when there are layers available. So, are there ravines? No, I use these layers to show you that. So that's what this is. I answered all those questions that we have to answer. I didn't fill that one out. Fail. Let's see here. That's what that looks like. A little additional information. Existing use shows the legend. Oh, okay. This is just sort of some additional information about what you're going to be seeing coming up. There was only one threshold discharge area. This is the existing site use map. So I pulled up things that were showing on the map. There was a wetland because you had to show within 500 feet. So I kind of have that 500-foot range in there to show you kind of, okay, there was a wetland within 500 feet. These are the legend pieces that are applicable to what was existing for the site. That's one, I would say, downside of TMAP is when you print the map, it doesn't print the legend. So you kind of have to, or I don't know how, there's probably a way to do it. TMAP has these informational how-tos, so potentially in one of those, it might tell you how to print the legend, but I copied and pasted the legend. Here's my existing condition basin map. So I was, red's hard surface, green's vegetation areas. I filled out table. Here's the downstream flow path that we saw earlier with receiving water bodies marked up. And then, pretty brief descriptions of proposed project site conditions. And you see for this, provide a figure, I say see civil sheet C7 and C8. So if it's not, directly in the SSP, it could be somewhere like the civil plan, as long as you tell us where to look for the information, that's good. Here's the proposed project basin map with the chart filled out, and this is not good because it doesn't, clearly define. These colors look too similar, so we would reject it, but here's one, here's something like what it might look like, so use your imagination there. Downstream flow path didn't change. Here's that project threshold table, which is also on the above figure, but I personally like seeing the table, so up to you whether or not you put it in. For me, it's easier. That receiving water body table, cumulative impacts discussion, there weren't any. The flow charts filled out, all the applicable flow charts filled out. Requirement number 1, we're using the civil plans in this report. A few check boxes you need to fill out about site appropriate development principles. I basically tell you this is a minimum requirement number 2 as a separate standalone. Here's the source control section with all the applicable BMPs. I showed you 4 earlier, but here's kind of what 5 looks like. I went through each of the BMPs, said why they weren't feasible, see in feasibility checklist, whatever, for why it wasn't feasible. So a little description, and the feasibility checklists are an appendix. And then, for 6, here's why. Here's oil control. Here's the map. Here's the BMP numbers that we used. Basin map. 7, similar type of thing. Not too much going on other than describing things. So this is what we're looking for. It's a lot, but it's also not overwhelming. overwhelming. I don't think it can be overwhelming. But here's what they look like. Here's, you know, I highlighted the infeasibility portions that we care about. We'd love for you to do that. If you think about it, so that's sort of it. And then there's all the, here's the soils report under separate cover. Here's treatment calculations. So I have the calculations plus the modeling reports. That's, you know, that's what we're looking for. And there we go. I just wanted to show you sort of what a completed-esque version of a stormwater site plan report looked like. Again, it's available. That one I was just showing you is available as a document on www.cityoftacoma.org/stormwater manual, this training, the slide deck, and one of the recorded trainings, either this one or the next one, will be available online as well. And I guess here's time for you to, if you have any final questions. I kind of zoomed through that last part. I got a little nervous that I wasn't going to finish up, and then I just flew through that stuff. So yeah, time for some final questions, final words of wisdom. Cheering, you're all cheering because we did such a good job, I can just tell. So good, you don't have any questions? Could be because I went through it very quickly.
I'm not seeing any questions in the chat or in the Q&A. No questions.
Okay, well, I'm going to impart a few words of wisdom. Knowledge is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad. So just bringing all those jokes together for this final words of wisdom. You, in theory, will be receiving a post-Zoom survey just about how we did today, and if you have any ideas for future training. If that ends up not coming to you for some reason, you can email me. My information is on the next slide. If you would like to email me and tell me how great I am, or Joy or Marita or Chris or Brenda, please feel free to email us all and tell us how awesome we are, or terrible. I guess if you feel the need to do that too, that's what we're here for. So hopefully you'll be receiving the survey. So again, thanks for attending. We hope it's helpful for you now. Hopefully today was somewhat helpful, and in the future when you come back and utilize this as a tool to help you all out. The slide deck and recording will be available probably, hopefully before the end of June, but hopefully by the end of this month, we'll see. Here's some contact information. You don't get Marita's contact information, but you get Joy, me, Brenda, Chris. We are all happy to answer any questions you might have. And I guess we'll just stay here for another maybe 5 minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A or chat at us. Thank you all so much for coming.